Welcome to Cozy Fantasy Studio, where gentle magic and sleep stories begin. Tonight, we travel to Evesmere, a rain-soaked realm where dreams linger between the ticks of time. Seren, a half-elven innkeeper, shelters wanderers who have forgotten the way back to morning. When the moonfire clock falters and the hours begin to fade, her quiet courage stirs the rain to shimmer once more. So find a soft place to rest. Let your breath slow and your thoughts loosen like mist over lantern light. The rain is falling on Evesmere, and somewhere in the night the Moonlight Inn awakens. Evening settled over Evesmere like a soft quilt of rain. The sky was a deep indigo, stitched with faint glimmers of moonlight that trembled through passing clouds. Inside the Moonlight Inn, warmth glowed golden across beams of carved elm. Firelight rippled against the stone hearth, and the scent of cinnamon bread mingled with smoke and the delicate sweetness of lavender oil that Seren always kept simmering in a small pot. The inn was quiet now. A few guests had already fallen asleep upstairs, lulled by the rhythmic whisper of rainfall against the windows. Down below, Seren, the innkeeper, moved slowly through the common room, her half-elven grace evident even in the simplest task, folding linens, straightening chairs, tending to a single lantern that swayed in the faint draught. The lantern's flame hummed softly, its glass etched with symbols of moons and rivers. It had been gifted to her by an old traveler who claimed it once guided lost souls through dreams. Seren had never been certain whether to believe him, but she had always felt a subtle pulse of comfort when it burned beside her. As she worked, the great moonfire clock on the far wall gave a low, contented tick. Its pendulum shimmered faintly blue, reflecting the hearth's glow. Each tick felt alive, like the breath of the inn itself. For years, this clock had kept Evesmere's hours steady, its enchanted core linked to the rhythm of moonlight. To Seren, its song was as familiar as her own heartbeat. Outside, the rain fell harder, and through the window panes the world blurred into silver threads. The inn sat on a quiet hill above the river, its reflection a hazy mirror of light and shadow. Seren leaned against the windowsill for a moment, gazing out at the drifting fog. In the distance, she could faintly hear the chime of the old clockmaker's tower, its tone deep and resonant, echoing through the valley. It marked the end of another day, the beginning of another night of dreams. She exhaled, letting her shoulders relax. Another quiet night, she murmured, her voice a whisper meant only for the rain, just as it should be. She took a slow sip of chamomile tea from her cup, feeling the steam brush her face like a ghost's hand. Her reflection shimmered in the darkened glass, half-elven features softened by candlelight, eyes the color of twilight moss, a few strands of silver hair escaping her braid. There was a gentleness in her expression, but also a quiet fatigue, the weight of countless nights spent watching over others while she herself seldom slept deeply. The fire crackled softly. Seren sat near the hearth and opened her worn leather ledger, where she wrote small notes about her guests, names, favorite teas, dreams they described before sleep. She called it her book of rests, a record of comfort rather than commerce. Fishermen from the western cove dreamt of flying lanterns. Wanderer with golden eyes found peace beside the window. Her quill hovered over the next line. Tonight, only the rain keeps me company. She smiled faintly at that, closing the book. For a moment, silence filled the inn completely. No sound but the steady tick of the moonfire clock. Then, something shifted. It was subtle at first, a hesitation in the rhythm. The tick faltered, then stuttered, then resumed, barely noticeable, like a breath caught mid-sigh. Seren looked up sharply, her sensitive ears attuned to every nuance of sound. Tick, tick, tick. The pause between beats stretched too long. Her brow furrowed. "That's odd," she murmured, standing and approaching the clock. The polished brass hands gleamed faintly blue. She placed a gentle hand against the glass, feeling the hum of its magic. It still pulsed, but slower, weaker, like a candle burning low. She whispered an old elvish phrase, one her mother used to say to soothe weary charms. Lanan, melorai, silenthrai. Light, rest, renew. The glow within the clock flickered, then steadied for a few breaths, before dimming again. The inn seemed to breathe with it. Shadows deepened, and the fire's crackle softened. Outside, the rainfall slowed to a strange dreamlike rhythm, as if each drop lingered in the air before touching the ground. A soft meow drew her gaze downward. From beneath a nearby chair, the lantern cat emerged. Small, sleek, its fur the color of stormlight. Its tail carried a faint glimmer, like a wick holding an invisible flame. The cat blinked up at her, its eyes reflecting both concern and curiosity. "You feel it too, don't you?" Seren asked softly. The cat's tail flicked once, and the lantern at its tip glowed brighter in response. Seren crouched to meet its gaze. "Something's wrong with the moonfire. I can feel the hours thinning." The cat tilted its head, then padded to the window. It leapt gracefully onto the sill and pressed its paw to the glass. Beyond the rain, the night seemed heavier. The moon hung dim and distant, as though hidden behind a veil of glass. Seren followed the cat's gaze and whispered, "It's as if time itself is tired." The moonfire clock gave another hesitant tick, then stopped entirely. The sound left a hollow quiet in its wake. Even the rain paused for a heartbeat. Seren's own breath felt suspended. She placed her palm flat against the clock's surface. It was cool, no longer humming. The gears were frozen mid-turn, the pendulum still as glass. "No," she whispered, "not you." She turned toward the window again. Somewhere in the distance, a shimmer of shadow rippled across the horizon. Something vast, unseen, moving beneath the surface of night. The endless night, she thought. The old stories spoke of it, a force that could stretch a single moment into eternity, freezing all that it touched. Most dismissed it as myth, but Seren had always known that Evesmere was stitched closely to the dream realm, where myths were only memories wearing mist. The lantern cat let out a soft trill, curling its tail around her wrist. Its lantern flared faintly, reflecting in her eyes like the first spark of a storm. Seren whispered, half to the cat and half to herself, "If time has fallen asleep, then someone must wake it." Outside, thunder murmured low and far away. The rain resumed, gentler now as though waiting. Seren looked toward the door of the inn, the threshold that had always been her comfort and her cage. She felt the pull of the storm, and with it, a quiet stirring of resolve she had not felt in years. Still, she lingered beside the clock, unwilling to leave its silence unanswered. "I'll find a way," she said softly, resting her hand once more on the brass casing. "You've kept our nights safe for so long. It's my turn now." The lantern cat purred, a note like the sound of rain on glass. And in that fragile stillness, where time had stopped but hope had not, Seren felt the faintest pulse beneath her palm. One heartbeat, one promise. Outside, the first whisper of wind carried through the shutters, curling around her voice like a vow. Tomorrow, she would seek the old clockmaker. But for now, she sat beside the quiet hearth and watched the sleeping flame. The Moonlight Inn had fallen into a hush so complete that even the rain outside seemed hesitant, as though uncertain whether to fall or to wait. The fire had dwindled to quiet embers, soft orange coals buried beneath the ash. Their glow painted gentle halos across the room, small islands of warmth adrift in silver darkness. Saran sat in her usual chair beside the hearth, still in her apron, though she'd long since finished her nightly chores. The lantern cat slept on the rug near her feet, its body curled into a spiral, its faintly glowing tail twitching now and then as if chasing light in its dreams. The moonfire clock remained motionless. Its glass face caught the faint reflection of the flames, but its hands, two slivers of moon metal, stood fixed at 12. Seren had spent hours listening to the silence. It was not merely the absence of sound. It was a presence of stillness, thick and patient. Every creak of wood seemed too loud, every sigh of wind too deliberate. She lifted her teacup and found the steam had gone cold, a small, inconsequential detail. Yet the realization made her chest tighten. Time's small kindnesses were unraveling. She rose, stretching her limbs. The motion felt slower than usual, as if the air itself resisted her. She crossed the room to the clock again. The moonlight through the window revealed thin threads of frost creeping along the glass edges. Her fingertips brushed them away. "Don't sleep too long," she whispered. "We need you." Her voice echoed faintly, not against walls, but against the pause between seconds. The lantern cat stirred, opening one eye, its pupil narrowing to a slit of gold. It yawned, emitting a faint jingle, the sound of some tiny charm on its collar. The delicate ring of the bell seemed to ripple outward, making the candle flames shiver as though relieved by the sound. Seren looked toward the staircase leading to the guest rooms. The inn's upper level was dim and calm. She listened for snores, the rustle of turning in sleep, the sighs of dreamers, but there was nothing. Her steps were soundless on the wooden stairs. She moved like a ghost between doors, pausing to listen outside each one. The fisherman from the western cove, the merchant's wife, the traveling minstrel. Each room lay perfectly still. She turned a handle and peeked in. The air was cool, untouched. The bed was unrumpled. The candle she'd left burning had frozen mid-flicker, its flame locked in a fragile curve of light that cast no heat. Seren's breath caught. "Not asleep," she whispered. "Not awake either." Her reflection in the candle's frozen glow seemed too distant, too pale. She reached out slowly, carefully, and touched the air above the flame. It felt like glass, cool and unmoving. Behind her, the lantern cat leapt gracefully onto the banister, its light tail swaying like a pendulum. The faint glow stretched shadows across the hall, painting the walls with liquid gold. The cat let out a soft chirrup and then looked back toward the stairs. "You're right," Seren said softly. The inn's heart has stopped beating. Together they descended. The moment her feet touched the bottom step, she felt it, the pull of something vast beyond the inn's walls. The endless night was not just an idea now. It was there, pressing gently against the boundaries of the world, testing them like a tide against sand. She walked to the door and unlatched it. The hinges gave a whispering sigh as cold mist swept in. Evesmere stretched before her, lanterns along the road dimmed to pale embers, rooftops glistening with dew that refused to fall. The river below reflected a sky that did not move, a mirror of rain arrested mid-descent. She could see each drop suspended, each ripple paused, as if the world were trapped in a painting. "Beautiful," she murmured, her voice trembling with equal parts wonder and dread. And wrong. A figure of mist drifted past the gate, indistinct, half dream. Seren blinked, and it vanished, leaving behind only a faint scent of rosemary and smoke. It might have been a traveler, or it might have been a memory caught wandering. She stepped out under the awning, careful not to disturb the hanging ivy. The rain around her seemed to listen. Each droplet shimmered faintly in her hair, but refused to fall to her shoulders. She reached up, and the drops slid away, gliding through her fingers like silk. Seren's mind returned to the old clockmaker, the one who had built the Moonfire's heart long before her birth. She had seen him only twice in her life. Both times he had smelled of brass and rain. and his eyes had been as deep as the ticking of the world. If anyone could explain this stillness, it would be him. But his tower lay across the river of hours, beyond the mystic bridge that only appeared under moonlight. Her gaze drifted upward. The moon itself seemed dimmed, its edges blurring into the clouds. And then she saw it. Barely, faintly, a distortion in the sky, like a breath against glass. Within it shimmered the suggestion of an hourglass, vast and slow turning, pouring nothing from one side to the other. A soft hum vibrated through her bones, deep as a heartbeat under ice. The lantern cat pressed close to her ankle, its fur bristling. It meowed once, and the lantern on its tail flared brighter, scattering the illusion. The hourglass vanished into shadow. Seren placed a hand over her heart. "I see you," she whispered into the rain, "and I won't let you take them." The words steadied her. The act of speaking gave her rhythm again, a small rebellion against silence. She turned back toward the inn. In the doorway she paused. The warmth inside felt distant now, as if separated from her by more than a few steps. She knew, somehow, that if she stayed here doing nothing, the world would fade into this endless stillness. Her gaze fell to the moonfire clock again. A single droplet of light pulsed in its center, weak but alive. Seren smiled faintly. "Hold on," she said. "I'll find your heartbeat again." She returned to her chair, the lantern cat following. Pulling her shawl around her shoulders, she sat and closed her eyes. The inn hummed faintly in the silence, and she let her thoughts wander back through memory, through her mother's lullabies, through the sound of the old clockmaker's tools, through the faces of countless travelers who had found peace here. Each memory glowed within her like a small lantern. Each one whispered, "Rest is not the end, rest is the bridge." She opened her eyes to the faintest shimmer of dawn, not light, but the idea of it, hovering just beyond the rain. And somewhere in that almost morning, she made a quiet promise to herself and to the sleeping world. Tomorrow, she would seek the clockmaker's tower. The rain would guide her, the cat would guard her, and she would bring motion back to time. For now, she leaned back in her chair, letting the whisper of stillness wash over her like a lullaby. The world outside remained caught between seconds, but within her chest, her heart kept its own rhythm, steady, slow, alive. The lantern cat purred, and its tail flickered once. The glow filled the room like the breath of dawn waiting to begin. By the time morning should have come, the sky above Evesmere was still the color of dusk. No birds sang. The rain had slowed to a thin silver mist that hung in the air like unfallen tears. Inside the Moonlight Inn, Seren stood before the great moonfire clock, her hands folded over her heart. The pendulum remained still, yet faint lines of pale light were spreading beneath the clock's casing, like veins of frost, but alive. She crouched, peering into the base of the clock, where a narrow panel had cracked open during the night. Inside, the heart of the mechanism pulsed faintly, a crystalline sphere once filled with moonlight flame. Now, its glow was dim and fractured. Tiny motes drifted within it like embers caught in slowing water. Seren reached out and touched the brass edge. A soft hum stirred beneath her fingertips, a heartbeat that faltered, then steadied, then faltered again. "It's trying to keep time," she whispered. Even now, the lantern cat padded closer, tail glowing with a sleepy shimmer. It peered inside the clock with interest, its reflection rippling across the glassy sphere. Seren smiled faintly. "You're braver than I am," she said. "I've never dared to open its heart before." A memory drifted up, soft and distant. Her mother's voice, telling her the story of the moonfire. Long ago, before Evesmere had a name, time was wild and restless, her mother had said while plaiting her silver hair. The old clockmaker tamed it by capturing a spark from the moon's reflection in the first river. That spark became the moonfire clock. As long as it ticks, night and dawn will follow each other faithfully. But if it ever stops, Seren had laughed then, too young to believe in endings. Now the story felt like prophecy. She withdrew her hand and took a slow breath. If its flame fades, dawn will never return. Her voice trembled slightly on that last word. The concept of never was too vast for her small inn, too heavy for its humble walls. Yet the truth echoed in the silent air around her. The cat meowed softly, brushing its tail against her wrist, a gesture that felt almost like comfort. Seren went to the window and looked out. The rain was no longer falling in droplets but in thin threads suspended mid-air. They glowed faintly with reflected light from her lanterns, like strings of frozen music. The river below stood motionless, smooth as mirrored glass. She could see her reflection in it clearly. The inn behind her, the sky above, and the faint shimmer of something vast coiling beneath the water's surface. The endless night. Not darkness, but absence. The space where time forgot to breathe. She whispered the name aloud. It felt heavy on her tongue, as if even saying it risked slowing the world further. And yet, beneath that fear, something stirred within her. A sense of calling, not loud or heroic, but quiet, steady, like the ticking of a clock that refused to stop. She turned back to the moonfire clock and placed her palm over the glass. "You've guided us for centuries. Let me return the favor." The glass shimmered faintly at her touch. A whisper of light traced her fingertips, curling into the air before fading away. It wasn't enough to restart the flame, but it was an answer. Seren rose and crossed the room to her counter. From a drawer, she pulled an old piece of parchment wrapped in cloth. It was a letter she'd never opened, one she'd found tucked into the ledger after her mother's passing. The seal was marked with the insignia of a gear and crescent moon. She hesitated, then broke it. The letter inside was brief. To the keeper of the inn, "When the moonfire slows, seek me at the edge of the storm. Time does not die, it only forgets the way." The clockmaker. Seren's breath caught. The ink shimmered faintly, as though written in moonlight itself. "The edge of the storm," she murmured. "That must mean the river of hours." The lantern cat gave a small chirp, as if approving her deduction. She folded the letter carefully and slipped it into her satchel. "Then we'll go," she said quietly. "We'll find him." The words felt heavier than she expected, like stepping across an invisible line. She glanced once more at the sleeping guests upstairs, still locked in their perfect stillness. "I'll come back," she whispered. "All of you, don't drift too far." As she turned toward the door, a faint chime echoed through the room. The moonfire clock, though frozen, released one final tick, soft and low but unmistakable. Seren paused and smiled sadly. "I hear you." She gathered her cloak from the peg beside the door, the familiar wool smelling faintly of rain and rosemary. She pulled the hood up, securing the clasp shaped like a small crescent moon. Before leaving, she took one last look around the inn. The chairs neatly arranged, the teacup still half full, the book of dreams resting open on the counter. Her gaze lingered on the hearth, now cold but not lifeless. The ashes still held a faint warmth, like the ghost of a flame that waited to be remembered. She whispered, "Keep them safe." Then she opened the door. Outside, the air felt thick, heavy with suspended mist. Each droplet glowed faintly as it brushed her cloak, leaving tiny stars along the fabric. The lantern cat leapt gracefully to her shoulder, its tail casting a small radius of light that rippled across the path. The road ahead curved down the hill toward the valley. The cobblestones shimmered faintly underfoot, echoing each step like distant bells. Seren glanced back one last time at the inn. Its windows gleamed softly, lanterns burning though no one tended them. It seemed to bow farewell in silence, its roof glistening beneath the frozen rain. "Don't worry," she whispered. "I'll bring the morning home." As she began her descent, the mist shifted and swirled, forming patterns in the air like old constellations drawn in smoke. Somewhere deep within it, a slow sound resonated, a pulse of thunder without origin. Each beat matched the faint flicker of her heart. Each step carried her closer to the unseen edge where night forgot to end. The lantern cat purred against her neck, its warmth steady. She reached up to scratch behind its ears. "Stay close, little light," she said softly. "We'll need each other." Ahead, through the rain's luminous veil, she saw the faint outline of a tall spire, the clockmaker's tower, blurred and distant, rising from the mist like a memory. For the first time since the silence began, she felt the pull of movement, not from the world, but from within herself. The slow unraveling of fear, replaced by purpose, a heartbeat returning to rhythm. She walked onward, and the rain followed, each drop falling a little more freely with every step she took. Somewhere behind her, inside the Moonlight Inn, the moonfire clock glowed once, a pale flicker through the frost. It was not ticking yet, but it was listening. The rain whispered against the cobblestones in slow, uneven rhythms, like a lullaby played from memory. The mist of Evesmere curled low around the roots of the hill, swallowing the inn from view until it was only a faint blur of lantern glow behind her. Seren paused halfway down the path. The lantern cat perched lightly on her shoulder. The cat's fur glowed a muted gold, enough to illuminate her breath in the cold. She turned once more toward the distant outline of her inn, her home, her refuge, her world. The sight of it, softened by mist, pressed against her chest like a weight. She could almost hear the laughter that used to fill it, travelers exchanging stories, the low hum of songs sung over warm cider, the clatter of cups, the gentle tick of the moonfire clock, keeping the rhythm of all those nights. She wanted to go back. Her boots stilled on the wet stones. "They'll need me," she murmured. "What if someone wakes? What if they call for tea or for comfort?" The cat flicked its ear, unimpressed by her hesitation. "I know," Seren sighed. "You think I'm stalling." The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of lavender smoke from the inn's chimney. It shouldn't have been burning. There was no one left to tend it. Yet she saw the faint ribbon of smoke curl upward, steady as breath. Someone is keeping watch, she thought, her heart aching at the idea. Or something. The lantern cat leapt from her shoulder, landing soundlessly beside her. It began padding ahead, tail raised like a beacon. Seren didn't move. She closed her eyes and listened to the hush of the forest beyond, to the stillness of the rain, to the faint echo of ticking that lingered in her memory, though the clock itself was silent. Each second that passed without her moving stretched longer than the last. When she opened her eyes again, the mist had thickened. The road ahead blurred, disappearing into pale silver. Her reflection rippled faintly in the puddles near her feet, half-elven, weary, uncertain. "What if I fail?" she whispered. "What if the moonfire truly dies, and the inn sleeps forever?" The lantern cat turned and meowed softly. Its voice was small but sure. Seren knelt, rain pooling in the folds of her cloak. The cat pressed its forehead against her fingers. Its light pulsed gently, once, twice, like a heartbeat. "You believe I can," she said, "even when I don't." The cat blinked. In that silent gesture, she found the comfort she had always offered others, but never taken for herself. She exhaled slowly. The rain began to fall more freely now, the rhythm returning, not fully, but enough to break the illusion of stillness. Seren rose and continued walking, though her steps were slow, as if each one required permission from her heart. The road wound between hedgerows of silverleaf and wild lilac, their petals trembling with dew. She brushed her fingertips along them, feeling the cool wetness and the faint hum of life beneath. Even in a world half asleep, the plants still breathed. A small comfort, a promise of renewal. After some time, the path curved toward a shallow bridge, arching over the river of hours. Its surface shimmered faintly, reflecting a moon that was no longer visible. Saren stopped at the bridge's edge. Beneath her, the river did not flow. The water stood utterly still, yet she could see faint shapes drifting within it. Shadows of past moments, a child laughing, a candle being lit, a pair of hands clasping in farewell. Time itself frozen mid-motion, trapped in the river's glassy depths. She leaned on the railing, her breath fogging in the air. "All of this because I didn't notice sooner," she whispered, "because I rested too easily." Her reflection stared back at her, eyes the color of moonlight through moss, hair damp with rain. She looked older than she remembered, tired, the kind of tired that sleep couldn't fix. The lantern cat padded along the railing and peered down into the water. Its reflection shimmered beside hers, its lantern tail scattering small ripples across the stillness. Saren smiled faintly. "You're right," she said. "Time isn't gone, it's waiting." She pressed her palm against the wood of the bridge. The grain felt cold but alive, and beneath it she could almost sense a heartbeat, not her own but something older, the world's pulse faint and struggling. For a moment she closed her eyes and imagined staying here, returning home, letting the clock fade into myth while she tended to her quiet corner of Evesmere. She could bake bread, sing lullabies, keep the lanterns burning until the rain became the only rhythm left. The thought tempted her like warm tea after a long storm. But then she remembered the faces of those who had slept beneath her roof. The fisherman, the merchant's wife, the wanderer who dreamed of lanterns. Each had come seeking rest, but rest, she realized now, was not the same as stillness. Rest was the pause between heartbeats. Stillness was the absence of them. Her mother's voice echoed faintly in her memory. Even the moon must wane to rise again. Light cannot rest forever. Saren's fingers tightened around the railing. The decision, once invisible, now gleamed before her like a blade of dawn hidden in fog. She turned to the lantern cat, her smile small but certain. "Let's find the clockmaker." The cat purred, its tail flaring brighter. As they crossed the bridge, the air seemed to shift. The rain began to fall in its true rhythm again, gentle, steady, alive. The river below stirred, only slightly, as if exhaling after a long sleep. Behind them, the mist parted just enough for Saren to see the distant outline of the Moonlight Inn. One last time, its lanterns glowed faintly, steady as heartbeats. She raised her hand in silent farewell. "Keep the fire warm," she whispered. The cat's lantern swung softly in time with her steps. Ahead, the path curved into a tunnel of silver trees. Their branches arched overhead, forming a cathedral of rain. Each droplet caught the faint glimmer of moonlight, even in the grey morning, turning the air into a slow dance of light. Saren felt her doubts fade, not vanish, but settle, like silt in clear water. The fear of failure, the pull of home, the weight of stillness, they remained part of her, but no longer anchors. They were reminders of what she was saving. As she stepped beneath the trees, the sound of a distant chime echoed through the valley, soft and resonant, like the toll of a clock remembering its own name. The lantern cat's fur shimmered brighter. Saren smiled through the rain. "We're not too late." The mist swallowed her words, carrying them forward. The bridge behind her gleamed for a moment in response, then faded into the dreamlike quiet of Ivsmere, waiting for her return. The road bent eastward into the Valley of Whispers, where the rain softened into a fine silver dust. Trees rose like slender columns of glass, their trunks dripping with dew that glowed faintly from within. The air was quiet, not the stillness of sleep, but a listening kind of silence, as though the valley itself waited to hear something. Suran moved slowly beneath the dripping branches. The lantern cat trotted at her side, its tail light flickering with each step. Ahead, faint through the mist, she could see the outline of a crooked spire rising above the tree line, the clockmaker's tower. It leaned ever so slightly, as though bowing under the weight of the sky. Small metal charms hung from its eaves, tinkling faintly in the wind, a melody made of time itself. The closer she came, the clearer it grew, until she could see that the walls were patched with hundreds of mismatched gears and fragments of old clocks. Some turned slowly, others had stopped entirely. She paused at the edge of the path. The door to the tower stood ajar, creaking faintly. Light spilled out, not steady like flame, but pulsing softly, as if the tower breathed. Seren swallowed her hesitation and stepped forward. The door's hinges groaned in greeting. The interior smelled of brass and rain. Dust motes floated in the air like drifting sparks. Every surface was covered in clocks, some small enough to fit in a pocket, others large as wagon wheels. Their ticking was uneven, a symphony of broken rhythms. At the center of the room, hunched over a workbench, sat the old clockmaker. He was smaller than Seren remembered, his back bent like a willow branch. His hair, silver white, caught the lamplight like threads of frost. Around his neck hung a chain of keys, each one a different shape and sound. His hands were stained with soot and moonmetal dust, yet they moved with careful precision as he polished a delicate gear the size of a coin. Without looking up, he spoke. "I wondered when you'd arrive, Seren of the Moonlight Inn." His voice carried the deep timbre of echoing chimes. Seren hesitated, her heart tightening. "You remember me?" The clockmaker chuckled softly. "Time forgets much, child, but I remember the keepers. You have your mother's steadiness." The words brushed against something tender in her chest. "You knew her well?" "I knew her heart," he said. "She believed that rest and motion were the same song sung in two keys. I suppose now it falls to you to remember the melody." Seren stepped closer. "The moonfire clock has stopped. The world is slowing. Even the rain." He raised a hand. "I know." The ticking around them seemed to fade, as if every clock in the tower were listening. He turned toward her then, eyes bright as polished silver. "You've seen the endless night." She nodded slowly. "It isn't darkness. It's stillness, as if time itself has gone to sleep." The clockmaker sighed, setting down his gear. "Sleep and death are cousins, but not the same. What you call endless night is the dream between seconds, a place where the world rests when it forgets how to move forward. Once, it was a sanctuary. Now it hungers, mistaking rest for permanence." "Can it be stopped?" Seren asked. The clockmaker smiled gently. "Not stopped, healed." He motioned for her to follow. They climbed a spiral staircase lined with shelves of tools and hourglasses. Each hourglass held sand of a different color: silver, blue, rose gold, and though most were still, a few trickled faintly. At the top of the tower, the air grew warmer. The walls opened into an observatory filled with hanging pendulums and gleaming instruments. In the center stood a great circular window, fogged with mist and rain. Through it, Seren could see the valley stretching into the distance, motionless rivers, suspended leaves, the faint shimmer of starlight trying to pierce the clouds. The clockmaker approached a small brazier, glowing with steady blue light. Inside it burned not fire, but dust that glimmered like captured moonbeams. He cupped a handful and held it toward her. "Moonfire," he said, "the heart of motion, what your clock was born from." Seren felt its warmth before it touched her skin. A living, breathing pulse. It's weaker than it once was, he continued. The endless night feeds on moments unspent, on people who forget to live between their breaths. It steals their hours, leaving only echoes. Then how do I relight the flame? He looked at her with quiet reverence. You must gather what was lost, not things but feelings, the sparks that make time move, wonder, courage, kindness. They are the true gears of the world. She frowned slightly. I don't understand. How can I gather feelings? By remembering, he said simply, by walking the paths where they were left behind. The forest remembers its laughter. The river remembers its song. Even the wind keeps stories tangled in its hair. Listen to them. Let them lend their motion to your own. The lantern cat leapt onto the brazier's edge, its tail light flaring brighter. The clockmaker chuckled softly. Ah, I see you found yourself a guide. He found me, Seren said, smiling faintly. That's how it usually works. He reached for one of the keys around his neck and removed it. It was small, shaped like a crescent moon, and when he placed it in her hand, it thrummed faintly like a heartbeat. This will open the path to the first echo, he said. Beyond the marsh of still rivers, follow the rain that falls upward, and you'll find what the world has forgotten. Seren held the key close. Its weight was warm and comforting. Will you come with me? She asked. The clockmaker shook his head. My place is here, keeping the remnants of time from unraveling completely. But my faith travels with you. He looked past her toward the mist-covered window. When you feel lost, listen for the ticking of your heart. That sound is proof that you are still within the rhythm. Seren bowed her head. Thank you. Not for me, he said softly, for the dawn you'll bring. A deep chime rang through the tower, shaking dust from the rafters. The sound was ancient, heavy, yet hopeful. The clockmaker smiled, eyes glinting like quicksilver. Go now, he said. The first hour waits for no one, not even those who love to linger. Seren turned toward the door. The lantern cat leapt down and padded beside her. At the threshold, she looked back once. The clockmaker was already returning to his work, his figure bathed in the glow of countless clocks. For a moment, it seemed that the tower's broken tickings aligned, hundreds of hearts beating together in perfect time. Then she stepped outside. Rain met her face, cool and alive. The mist parted slightly, revealing a faint trail of silver light winding through the valley like a beckoning thread. Seren took a deep breath. The air tasted of metal and moonlight, of beginnings. She glanced down at the lantern cat. The first echo, then. The cat meowed, tail flaring bright. Together, they followed the trail into the waiting rain. The path leaving the clockmaker's tower wound down into a valley washed in soft grey rain. The air trembled faintly, as though the very clouds were whispering secrets. Seren walked carefully, one hand over the small crescent key that hung at her throat, the other trailing against the moss-slick stones of the road. Each step carried a sound, a quiet thrum beneath the earth, like the slow heartbeat of Eavesmere itself. The lantern cat moved beside her, its tail light casting trembling reflections across the puddles. When she walked through them, they rippled and shone, as though lit from below. Above, the sky stirred. Thunder murmured, not sharp but low and distant, the purr of a sleeping storm awakening. The scent of rain deepened, mingled with ozone and the sweetness of ivy in bloom. The storm is waiting for us, Seren said quietly. The cat's ears twitched, its golden eyes glinting with faint amusement. She smiled. You don't look afraid. The cat blinked, then padded ahead. As she followed, the wind began to rise, gently at first, tugging at her cloak, then stronger, swirling leaves and mist around her. The trees swayed in long, graceful arcs, their branches whispering like hands brushing silk. Every few moments, Seren glimpsed something strange in the corner of her eye. Fleeting figures made of vapor, shapes of people walking backward through the rain, gestures half remembered, eyes closed as if dreaming. They dissolved whenever she tried to look directly at them. Echoes, she murmured. The ones the clockmaker spoke of. The road grew narrower until it became a trail through a grove of ash trees. Their bark shimmered with faint veins of blue light, and droplets clung to them like pearls. The air smelled of iron and memory. At the grove's edge she found a gate, its arch formed of twisted roots and moon metal. The key in her hand pulsed softly. Seren hesitated. Beyond the gate, the rain no longer fell downward. It drifted upward instead, rising toward the clouds like a reversed waterfall. Each droplet glowed faintly, carrying reflections of faraway stars. She breathed deeply, feeling the chill of the air press against her lungs. This was it, the threshold of the storm, the boundary between the known and the strange. The cat looked back at her, tail flicking impatiently. Seren smiled wryly. All right, all right. She slid the crescent key into the gate's lock. The mechanism clicked, not loudly, but like a sigh of relief. The arch pulsed with silver light, and the rain above shimmered brighter. As she stepped through, the world shifted. The sound changed first. The rhythm of falling rain reversed into an upward symphony, a melody of water returning to the sky. Wind moved differently here. It curled, coiled, breathed. The ground beneath her feet glowed faintly with streams of liquid light that flowed backward, tracing her steps. Her cloak floated slightly, caught in unseen currents. The air smelled like storms and salt, the taste of distance. Seren's heart beat faster, not from fear, but from awe. The air felt alive, aware of her presence. This is where time breathes, she whispered. The lantern cat leapt ahead, chasing droplets as they ascended. Its paws left trails of golden prints that lingered for a heartbeat before dissolving into mist. Thunder rolled gently overhead, a sound like deep laughter in the bones of the sky. As she walked farther, shapes began to form within the rising rain, transparent spheres of water that hovered in the air, each containing a flicker of light. Seren reached out to touch one. Inside, she saw a memory, not hers, but the world's, a child laughing as petals swirled in spring, a baker kneading dough beneath the glow of lanterns, a fox darting through morning fog. The sphere trembled, then broke apart into 1,000 droplets, returning to the storm. Moments, Seren breathed, all the small things the world forgot. Her steps grew slower, more deliberate. She began to feel the rhythm beneath her soles, the faint hum of a pulse syncing with her own heartbeat. The cat stopped suddenly, tail flicking. Its ears pricked toward the east, where the mist grew darker. Seren followed its gaze. There, at the edge of sight, lightning bloomed, slow and silent, as though painted onto the horizon. Within its glow stood a figure, tall, indistinct, shaped of vapor and starlight. The endless night, she whispered. But as she blinked, the figure dissolved. Only rain remained. Seren exhaled, realizing she had been holding her breath. Not yet, she murmured. You'll have to wait your turn. The wind rose again, stronger now, swirling her cloak around her legs. The storm had awoken fully, its energy neither hostile nor kind, merely vast. She pressed onward. The path wound upward along a ridge. From there she could see the valley stretching below, Eavesmere frozen beneath its mist. The rivers glowed faintly blue, the forest silver, all suspended in the same slow breath. Her inn lay far in the distance, a single golden spark within the dark. It looked so small from here, yet she felt its warmth across the miles. Hold on, she whispered. Don't sleep too deeply. The lantern cat purred, nuzzling her leg. Its warmth grounded her. Lightning flashed again, this time nearer. The thunder followed, deep and resonant, vibrating through her bones. The rain around her shimmered, rising faster now. Then, from within the storm, she heard it, a voice. Not words exactly, but sound shaped by longing. It came from everywhere at once, from the trees, the wind, the droplets ascending skyward. "Keeper of the clock," it murmured. "Do you remember what moves you?" Saren froze, every hair on her arms lifting. She looked around, heart racing. "Who are you?" The storm answered with another roll of thunder, softer this time. "I am the space between ticks." Her breath caught, the voice of time itself. A faint shimmer coalesced before her, the silhouette made of silver rain, neither human nor spirit, its form changing with every blink. It spoke again, voice like wind through hollow reeds. "You carry motion within your heart, yet you cling to stillness. Choose, Saren, to move forward or to fade like the rest." The rain paused around her. Saren closed her eyes. She thought of her mother, of the clockmaker, of the guests frozen in their dreams. She thought of laughter, warmth, and the soft ticking of the clock by the fire. When she opened her eyes, she said softly but clearly, "I choose to move." The storm surged. Rain burst upward in a great spiral, wrapping around her like a luminous cocoon. The light of the cat's lantern blazed brighter, merging with the rising water. For a heartbeat the world seemed to spin, and then everything stilled. The storm eased, fading into a soft drizzle. The silver silhouette was gone. Only the whisper of its voice lingered. Then, step beyond the hour. When Saren looked down, she found that the path ahead had changed. The soil beneath her glowed faintly, forming a bridge of mist leading into a forest where the rain fell normally again. She turned to the lantern cat. "We crossed it," she said softly. "The storm's threshold." The cat blinked, then trotted forward. Saren followed, heart steady and new. Behind her, the storm whispered once more, before retreating into the clouds, like a door closing gently after blessing those who passed through. The storm had passed, leaving the air heavy with the scent of wet earth and silver leaves. The path ahead was washed clean, a soft ribbon of stone that glowed faintly beneath Saren's boots. All around her, the world seemed caught in the quiet. After a deep breath, the space before exhale, she and the lantern cat followed the winding road until it opened into a wide plain of mist and mirrored water. Here, the rivers of stillness stretched in graceful arcs through meadows of glassy reeds. The surface of the water did not ripple. It reflected everything perfectly. Clouds, trees, even Saren herself, so precisely that walking beside it felt like walking inside a dream folded in half. A soft hum filled the air. It wasn't sound exactly, but vibration, the resonance of a world still trying to remember its pulse. Saren closed her eyes and let it wash through her. The sensation was soothing, neither cold nor warm, but steady, like the hand of time resting gently on her shoulder. The lantern cat stopped suddenly, tail raised. Its reflection shone brighter than the world itself. Saren followed its gaze. Across the river, a faint shimmer drifted above the surface, moving like a wisp of fog against the horizon. Curiosity tugged at her. She crouched near the water's edge, studying the shape. It was not mist, she realized, but light, soft and pale, as if moonlight itself had taken form. The glow pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, as though recognizing her presence. The cat meowed softly, ears twitching. Saren smiled. "You see it too." She stepped closer to the bank. The grass beneath her feet felt cool and damp, but the reflection beneath her shifted strangely, as if showing a slightly different version of her, one who looked back with clearer eyes, "Hello," Seren called gently. "Are you waiting?" The shimmer stilled, then drew nearer across the unmoving surface. As it approached, it began to take shape, a faint silhouette, almost human, though its features were made of rippling light. It wore what seemed to be a cloak of flowing water, its face soft and unreadable. The air around them grew luminous, the hum deepened. "Keeper of time," the figure said, voice like a whisper through rain. "The rivers remember you." Seren's breath caught. I don't think I've been here before." The figure tilted its head. "You walked beside our echoes when the world still flowed. You sang to the travelers who crossed the bridge, though you did not know we listened." Seren thought of the countless nights she'd stood at the inn's window, humming soft tunes while rain slid down the glass. "You heard me," she whispered. The figure nodded. "The rivers hear all songs of care. They keep what others forget." For a long moment, neither spoke. The only sound was the faint trickle of droplets falling upward from the river's edge. Finally, Seren said, "The world is slowing. The clockmaker told me to seek what was lost, the sparks that make time move. Do the rivers hold them?" The light being seemed to smile. "We hold the first one, wonder. It sleeps beneath our surface, dreaming of motion." "Then I must wake it," Seren said softly. The figure gestured to the water. "To wake wonder, one must remember how to see without seeking. Step lightly and look." Seren hesitated. The river was perfectly still, its surface as fragile as glass. She feared that stepping upon it might shatter it entirely. Yet something deep within her, the same part that trusted the lantern cat's silent guidance, urged her forward. She slipped off her boots and let her bare feet touch the water. To her astonishment, it held her. The surface was cool but firm, like walking on the skin of a bubble. Each step sent soft ripples of light outward. The cat followed without hesitation, its paws leaving glowing prints that faded like shooting stars. As Seren moved farther from the shore, she began to see images shifting beneath the surface. Faces of travelers she had known, smiles, fleeting laughter, a child chasing lantern fireflies in the inn's garden. Each vision stirred warmth in her chest. She realized they were memories, not of herself alone, but of all who had ever found rest in her inn. Each reflected the same feeling, small moments of wonder in ordinary days. She knelt and touched the water. "Is this what keeps the world turning?" The luminous figure's voice drifted across the river. "Yes, the awe that keeps hearts open. When wonder fades, stillness comes to take its place." Seren watched as one reflection, a young girl marveling at her own shadow in candlelight, slowly dimmed and dissolved. "How do I bring it back?" she asked. The figure raised a hand. "By carrying it with you." At its gesture, the reflection beneath her hand brightened. A droplet of glowing water rose, hovering above her palm. It pulsed once, twice, then sank gently into her skin, leaving a faint mark like a crescent of silver. The world brightened around her. The rivers stirred. For the first time since she had left the inn, the water began to move, slowly, like waking breath. Seren stood in quiet awe as ripples spread across the plain. The sound of motion, soft and endless, filled the air, the light being bowed slightly. "The first spark is awake. Carry it carefully. Its memory will remind you why dawn matters." "Thank you," Seren whispered. When she looked again, the figure was gone, fading into the rain. Only the rippling water remained, alive once more. The lantern cat meowed, circling her legs, tail bright as a candle flame. Seren smiled and stroked its head. "You felt it too, didn't you?" The world's heartbeat returning. The cat purred, the sound harmonizing with the gentle lap of the river. For a while they stood there together, letting the motion soak into their bones. Then, from somewhere far ahead, a faint melody drifted through the mist. A song carried on the newly awakened current. It was faint, but clear enough to follow. Seren adjusted her cloak and began walking toward the sound. The river flowed beside her now, keeping pace like an old friend. Its motion seemed to guide her steps, carrying the rhythm of her heart within its waves. She glanced down at the mark on her hand. It glowed softly in the dim light, each pulse syncing with her breath. One spark rekindled, many more to find. As she and the lantern cat disappeared into the mist, a faint breeze swept across the valley, rustling reeds that had been still for an age. Birds, somewhere unseen, began to stir. The world slowly was remembering how to move. The river beside her now ran clear and alive, whispering like silk over stone. With every ripple, faint notes of music shimmered through the air, the kind of melody that seemed half remembered from childhood dreams. The world of Evesmere was breathing again, slow but steady. Seren walked along the bank, her cloak heavy with dew. The lantern cat trotted a few steps ahead, tail raised, the lantern flame at its tip flickering with a rhythm that matched the water's flow. Where its light touched the reeds, droplets lifted and spun, turning into tiny spheres that hovered for a moment before dissolving into mist. "Even the smallest light wants to dance," Seren murmured, smiling. She followed the river until it split into two channels. The left curved toward a thicket of willow trees glowing faintly blue. The right led into an open meadow where the mist swirled in slow, spiraling patterns. From the meadow came a soft hum, not wind, but voice. The lantern cat stopped and looked back at her, eyes gleaming like twin coins. "Do you hear it too?" Seren asked. The cat meowed once and bounded toward the meadow. Seren quickened her pace, the silver mark on her hand pulsing in quiet agreement. As she stepped into the open field, she realized the sound was not a single voice, but many overlapping murmurs, like 1,000 sighs rising and falling in harmony. The air itself seemed to quiver with their presence. At the center of the field stood a spiral of stones half buried in the soil, slick with rain. Between them drifted shapes made of wind and starlight, beings without form yet full of motion, their outlines glimmering like ribbons caught in a current. The wind spirits, Seren breathed, keepers of motion. One of them turned toward her. Its presence stirred the air so that her hair lifted slightly, her cloak fluttering though no breeze passed. "Traveler of hours," the spirit's voice whispered directly into her mind, a sound like flute and thunder woven together. "You carry the spark of wonder. Why do you walk where stillness reigns?" "To relight the moonfire clock," Seren answered. "The world has forgotten its rhythm. The endless night is spreading." At that, the spirits swirled in agitation. The field brightened as though charged with unseen lightning. "The endless night devours what moves," one said. "It steals breath," murmured another. "It hides behind comfort, behind the promise of rest." Seren clasped her hands before her heart. "Then help me. Teach me how to keep the world awake." The spirits circled her, their light tracing soft spirals in the mist. "We remember your mother," one whispered. "She sang to the storms so they would not lose their tempers. She called us friends." Seren's throat tightened. "I never learned her songs." "Then we shall give you one," said the first spirit. It drifted close until its light surrounded her completely, a melody of movement. "Sing it, and air will remember to turn." From within the luminous current came a pattern of notes, faint, wordless but filled with purpose. Seren closed her eyes and listened until she could echo them, humming softly. Her voice trembled at first, but as she sang, the sound steadied, rising and falling with the rhythm of breath. The wind caught her tune and carried it across the field. Grass bent in graceful waves, Droplets lifted from their blades and spiraled upward like silver birds. The spirit's voices joined hers, turning the air into a soft choir. When the last note faded, silence followed. Not heavy, but fulfilled, like the pause after laughter. "You have given sound to the still air," the spirits said together. "Take this gift, keeper. Let your voice remind the sleeping world to breathe." A small gust swirled around her hand, leaving behind a faint blue glow that sank into her skin beside the crescent mark. 2 sparks now pulsed beneath her veins, wonder and movement. Siren exhaled slowly. "Thank you." "Go east," said the spirit who had first spoken. "There you will find the forest of hollow echoes, where memory has fallen silent. The next spark lies buried there." Before she could reply, the spirits began to dissolve back into mist, their forms scattering like dandelion seeds in wind. The hum faded, replaced by the soft patter of new rain. The lantern cat brushed against her leg, purring, tail glowing a gentle gold. She knelt to stroke its back. "We're collecting pieces of time," she whispered, "and somehow it feels like home." The cat tilted its head and gave a slow blink, the universal gesture of feline approval. They continued eastward. The river accompanied them for a while, then turned away, its current restored. Seren watched it vanish into the mist with quiet satisfaction. The path led into rolling meadows dotted with pale flowers that opened even without sunlight. Their scent was faintly sweet, like honey mixed with frost. The rhythm of her steps fell into the cadence of her new song, and the world around her seemed to respond. Raindrops resumed their natural descent, birds stirred in the distant trees, and the clouds themselves drifted faster, brushing one another like waves. At one point, the ground sloped upward toward a hill crowned with a single enormous oak. Surin paused beneath its branches. From the hollow of the trunk came a gentle ticking sound. Curious, she reached inside and drew out a pocket watch tangled in roots. The watch was ancient, its casing etched with moons and leaves, its glass cracked. When she opened it, the hands turned once, then stopped again. She smiled, another piece of the world remembering. She tucked it into her satchel, knowing somehow it would matter later. At sunset, though the sun itself was only a pale impression behind the clouds, she found a dry hollow between 2 boulders and made camp. She set her lantern beside her and unwrapped a small loaf of bread from her pack. It had grown stale, but the smell reminded her of the inn's kitchen, of warmth and laughter and soft rain on window panes. The lantern cat curled up beside her, its warmth radiating like a living ember. As she ate, she hummed the wind's melody under her breath. The air around her stirred gently, carrying the tune into the distance. She imagined it weaving through the forests and over the still rivers, reminding the world that motion was returning. The sound of distant bells reached her, faint but clear, like the moonfire clock trying to speak through the hush of miles. Seren closed her eyes. "Still with me," she whispered. "Good." Sleep came easily. The rain outside her shelter turned soft and regular, a lullaby she knew well. She dreamed of open skies, of the inn's fire glowing bright again, of the moonfire clock beating like a heart against the horizon. When she awoke, dawn, real dawn, faint and grey but living, had begun to seep through the clouds. Birds were singing tentative notes in the trees. The world was waking. Seren rose, brushed the dew from her cloak, and looked east. The mark on her hand glowed faintly, guiding her. "Come on, little lantern," she said to the cat. "The forest's waiting." Together they stepped into the mist, their silhouettes blending with the first light of a returning morning. The morning in Evesmere came softly, a pale breath through silver clouds. The mist no longer held its old stillness. It drifted and coiled like slow-moving silk, alive with new intention. Seren and the lantern cat followed the narrow path eastward. until trees gathered thick around them. Their trunks were pale as bone, their leaves translucent, catching the dim light like stained glass. A faint hum of motion stirred the canopy, whispering through every branch. "This must be the forest of hollow echoes," she murmured. "The spirits said memory sleeps here." The cat's tail lantern flared softly in reply. They walked deeper. The forest was beautiful but unsettling. Every sound felt slightly delayed, as if echoing from another moment. When Seren brushed a leaf, its shimmer came a heartbeat later. Even her footsteps seemed to follow her, rather than precede. At the heart of the wood stood a clearing where the ground dipped into a small hollow. There, among twisted roots, rested a circle of ancient windstones, smooth from centuries of breath. In the center lay a pool so still that it reflected the sky like unbroken glass. Seren crouched beside it. "Why are you so quiet, little forest?" she asked softly. A low sigh answered her. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, a tone that trembled the leaves. The air thickened, then spun into a spiral of light and mist. Within it formed a tall shape, elegant and sorrowful, eyes like rain-washed quartz. The wind spirit had returned, but this time its glow was dimmed, its outline frayed. "Keeper," it whispered, voice a chord of distant flutes. "You have stirred the rivers and sung to the air, yet I am less than I was." Seren stood slowly. "What's happened to you?" "The endless night feeds even here," the spirit said. "When people cease to listen for the wind's voice, our words turn to silence. We remember every unspoken wish, every sigh lost between breaths. They weigh us down." It raised one luminous hand. The pool below responded, darkening until shapes appeared within it. Reflections of half-forgotten moments. Travelers staring from windows, children closing their eyes against storms, lovers walking home in tired quiet. Each face carried stillness where wonder once had lived. "They stopped hearing you," Seren whispered. "They stopped hearing themselves," the spirit replied. The world's breath slowed, and ours with it. Seren's throat tightened. She remembered nights at the inn when the wind howled outside, and she would latch the shutters to keep it out. She had called that comfort, had mistaken silence for peace. "I'm sorry," she said. "I think I helped you fade." The spirit moved closer, its form trembling. "Regret is motion," it said gently. "You are learning to breathe again." A gust passed through the clearing, swirling the leaves into small eddies that shimmered like ghosts of color. The sound was both lament and lullaby. Seren felt the melody of the earlier song stir within her chest. She began to hum it once more, soft and low. The wind caught the tune. It rose, expanded, and filled the clearing. Branches swayed, droplets lifted from the pool and spun upward, each one containing a glint of light. The lantern cat's fur rippled with the breeze, its eyes half closed in calm delight. Yet beneath the song, Seren heard another tone, a discord, faint but insistent. It came from the deepest root of the hollow. She knelt and pressed her hand against the earth. The soil vibrated like a drum. "There's something trapped below," she whispered. The spirit nodded. The echo of the first wind, bound by forgetfulness. Without it, the sky cannot remember its own freedom. Seren hesitated. "How do I free it?" "Listen not with your ears," the spirit said, "but with your breath." She closed her eyes. The forest hushed. She drew in air, slow, deep, until her lungs were full of damp leaf scent and cold mist. Then she released it in a long, steady exhale. As she breathed, the ground beneath her hand warmed. A current of air spiraled upward, gentle at first, then stronger. The pool rippled. A single note, high and pure, emerged from the earth, building into a soft chord that filled her body. The spirit's dim outline brightened. Yes, it murmured. You remember? The sound grew until every leaf shimmered. Then, with a sigh like the opening of a door, the pool erupted into a column of light. It coiled into the sky, scattering droplets that shimmered like fragments of memory. When it faded, the forest felt different. The echo was gone. Sound moved freely again. Wind passed through the branches with a joyous rustle. Saran rose slowly, feeling her pulse align with the rhythm of air. The mark on her hand glowed brighter. A third spark joined the others beneath her skin. Remembrance. The wind spirit drifted near. Its voice softer now, lighter. You have given us motion and memory. We can sing again. What about you? Seren asked. Will you fade no more? The spirit smiled. A curve of light. We fade and return as breath does. That is our way. But because of you, we will always find our way back. A breeze wound around Seren, lifting the edge of her cloak, as if in gratitude. The lantern cat stretched, yawning, its little flame flickering contentedly. Where should I go next? She asked. The spirit gestured toward the far end of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a narrow path glowing faintly blue. Beyond this wood lies the valley of echoing sleep, where the dreams of mortals rest too deeply. There you will meet yourself, and perhaps the truth that hides behind stillness. Seren bowed her head. Thank you, Wind of Evesmere. Go gently, it whispered. And remember, the air moves not only around you, but through you. The spirit dissolved into a rain of glittering motes that drifted upward until they vanished into the canopy. The forest exhaled. Every leaf shivered in contentment. Seren lingered a while longer, listening to the true wind returning to its play. Then she turned toward the eastern path. As she walked, the sound of flowing air followed, a soft harmony that blended with her heartbeat. The lantern cat padded alongside, its light swaying in rhythm. 3 sparks now, Seren murmured. Wonder, movement, remembrance. The world's beginning to hum again. She smiled, and for the first time since leaving the inn, she felt the faintest brush of sunlight through the clouds, a promise of dawn yet to come. Behind her, the forest sang, carrying her melody forward into the waking world. The eastern path left the forest and descended into a hollow where mist lay thick and golden. The valley of echoing sleep stretched wide before Seren, its fields covered in silver grasses that swayed without wind. The air was drowsy here. Even birdsong sounded slowed, as if the valley itself lingered between waking and dream. She walked carefully, her steps muffled by moss that glowed faintly beneath her boots. The lantern cat moved ahead, tail swinging like a metronome. Every few paces the light at its tip dimmed and brightened, setting the rhythm of their journey. In the hush, she could hear her own heartbeat, and beneath it, another, a faint ticking far away, perhaps the moonfire clock straining to reach her through miles of sleep. Each beat pulled gently at her chest. As the path curved, she saw scattered among the grasses hundreds of half-buried shapes, teacups, spoons, ribbons and fragments of mirrors, all coated in dew, relics of small, forgotten moments. She knelt beside a cup patterned with vines. When she brushed away the dirt, an image rippled across its surface, a traveler sitting by her inn's fire, smiling as rain drummed on the roof. The vision faded, leaving only porcelain and silence. The world's dreams have settled here, she murmured. All the little pieces people let drift away. The cat answered with a low trill, curling around her ankles. They continued until the valley narrowed into a basin surrounded by low stone walls. In its center stood something she recognized instantly, a hearthstone for stone identical to the one inside her inn. Its chimney rose crookedly into the mist, though no house surrounded it. Ash lay cold upon the grate, yet the scent of cinnamon and smoke still lingered. Seren's breath caught. She stepped closer, tracing the carved runes on its side. They were her mother's work. she knew. The same sigils for warmth, for welcome. "How can you be here?" she whispered. A voice answered, soft and near, "Because memory builds its own shelter." Seren turned. From the mist emerged a woman whose face glowed with the faint shimmer of moonlight reflected on glass. Her features were gentle, ageless, and achingly familiar. "Mother." Seren's voice trembled. The figure smiled. "An echo, child. A piece of what you remember, resting here until you were ready." Seren's knees weakened. She sat upon the cold stone before the hearth. "I thought I'd lost your voice with the first winter after you were gone." "You never lose what you tend," the echo said. "You kept it alive every time you brewed tea for a stranger or sang softly to the rain. That is how memory breathes." The lantern cat leapt onto the hearthstone and purred, eyes half closed. Its light cast dancing reflections on the stones, and for a moment Seren could almost believe she was home again. The room bright, the air fragrant with bread and firewood, her mother humming as she stirred a pot. Tears pricked her eyes. "The clockmaker told me, time forgets the way. I think I do too. I keep moving, but I don't know toward what." The echo knelt beside her, placing a luminous hand over her heart. "You move toward wholeness. The world cannot heal unless those who love it remember their own warmth." The hearth flickered. A spark leapt from the ashes, small and blue, burning without heat. Seren stared. "Is that another spark?" Her mother's echo nodded. "Kindness, the fire that refuses to fade, even in the coldest hour." Seren cupped her hands around it. The flame settled there, weightless, curling into a crescent that mirrored the mark on her palm. Its glow spread through her fingers, threading warmth up her arms and into her chest. She felt her heartbeat quicken, not in haste but in strength. Around them the valley stirred. Dew slid from the grasses. A gentle wind rolled through, carrying the scent of wet earth and honey. The relics half buried in the soil began to shimmer, each one releasing a faint note like chimes. The sound grew into a delicate harmony, a lullaby of remembering. The echo rose. "The valley wakes, but you cannot stay." Seren looked up, tears drying on her cheeks. "I don't want to leave you." "You never will," the echo said, smiling. "Every dawn carries the warmth of every hearth that ever was. Keep tending yours wherever you go." The figure's light began to fade, dissolving into the mist. "Go now, Seren. The next path will lead inward, not outward. There you must face what time has taken from you." Then she was gone, and only the real wind remained. Seren sat for a long while beside the hearth, her palms cupped around the blue spark until its glow steadied into a soft pulse. The lantern cat pressed against her side, its purr deep and comforting. "Kindness," she whispered. "I'll carry it, just like you said." She placed her hand on the stone, feeling faint warmth return. The fire that had died began to stir again, flames unfurling like petals. The valley brightened, the fog thinning enough for daylight to seep through. When she finally stood, the grass around her gleamed with moisture like crystal threads. The air no longer dragged with the weight of forgotten dreams. It moved freely, scented with smoke and new beginnings. The cat stretched and meowed, ready to continue. Seren looked once more at the hearth. "You'll always be with me," she said. Then she turned east, toward a narrow rise where the land bent upward into the pale horizon. As she walked, she felt the four sparks within her: wonder, movement, remembrance, kindness, weaving together like strings of a single melody. They pulsed gently with each step, and from somewhere deep in her mind, she could hear the faint ticking of the moonfire clock answering in time. The valley's song faded behind her, replaced by the murmur of wind through the grasses. Ahead, the air shimmered with a different kind of light, cooler, crystalline, the promise of reflection and revelation. She drew her cloak tighter. "Come on, little lantern," she whispered to the cat. "Let's see what waits beyond the memory of home." The cat's tail swung like a comet as they climbed. Behind them, smoke rose once more from the hearth that had no walls, curling skyward like a prayer for all who still slept. Beyond the valley, the land climbed into mist. The grasses thinned until only stone remained, smooth, silver grey and faintly luminous, as though light seeped upward from beneath. The lantern cat padded ahead, paws leaving no print. Each step echoed softly, the sound drawn out longer than it should have been, as if the air resisted release. Seren felt it the moment she crossed the ridge. The hush, not the peaceful quiet of rest, but an immense listening silence. Her heartbeat seemed loud against it. Even breathing made the world tremble slightly. She entered a valley shaped like a shallow bowl. In its center rose a structure half ruin, half dream, a colonnade of pale stone and hanging glass spheres. Light pulsed within each orb, slow as moonrise. Between the pillars hung strands of silver dust that moved not at all. The Hall of Silent Hours. She knew the name without being told. The cat's lantern dimmed as they approached, its glow muffled by the strange air. Seren touched one of the columns. It was warm, humming faintly under her fingertips. The vibration matched the ticking she had followed for days, but stretched, one heartbeat elongated into eternity. Inside, the hall widened into a vast chamber. Shelves of transparent sand clocks lined the walls, each suspended mid-turn, time itself frozen, grain by grain. The light that filtered through them painted soft moving rainbows on the floor, though nothing truly moved. At the far end stood a dais, and upon it, a chair carved of clouded crystal. A figure sat there, neither man nor woman, robed in threads of dusk. Where a face should have been was a mask of mirrored glass reflecting endless horizons. Seren bowed her head instinctively. "Are you the keeper of this place?" The figure's reply arrived not as sound, but as vibration in the air. "I am what remains when time holds its breath. Why have I been brought here? To see what silence becomes when cherished too long." Seren looked around. The hall was beautiful, terrible in its stillness. Every hour humanity had tried to preserve, every moment someone had refused to let pass, captured here, gleaming and unmoving. "I thought silence was peace," she whispered. The mirrored figure tilted its head. "Peace is motion without struggle. This is peace without pulse." The lantern cat meowed softly, breaking the monotony. The sound rippled outward, touching the suspended sand clocks. A few grains fell, just enough to flash with light before freezing again. Seren felt the urge to run her fingers through them, to shake them loose, but fear held her still. If she broke the silence carelessly, would the world shatter? She took a slow breath. "What am I meant to learn? You cannot free time if you fear its passing. Every hour must end to give birth to the next." The words struck something deep in her chest, an ache she hadn't named since her mother's death, since the first guest who never returned to the inn. She had kept everything neat, preserved, unchanged. Her comfort had been her cage. "I think," she said slowly, "I've been guarding stillness, not peace." The mirrored mask brightened. "Then listen." From high above came a faint ringing, delicate, uneven, like glass struck by a drop of rain. Seren looked up. The ceiling dissolved into a sky of suspended moments. Birthdays, goodbyes, first meetings, last looks, all shimmering like fragments of dew. Each one hummed with its own fragile tone. "These are the hours mortals tried to hold forever. Without their endings, the song of life falters. Will you return their motion?" Seren hesitated. "How?" "With release." Understanding came like a tide. She unclasped her cloak, letting it fall. The blue-silver fabric spread across the floor like water. She walked barefoot to the nearest frozen hourglass and laid her hand upon it. "I remember," she whispered, "that every rest ends with waking." She tipped the glass. The sand flowed, slow at first, then quickening. Light burst from the hourglass, rippling through the hall. One by one, the others followed, their grains spilling, their hum swelling into music. The mirrored figure rose, its robe swirling into streams of light. "You have broken the perfect silence. Now time can breathe again." The hall brightened until every surface shimmered. Seren shielded her eyes. Through the glow she saw shapes moving within the orbs. Children running, elders laughing, the world in motion once more. When the brilliance faded, the hall was empty. Only fragments of glass lay scattered like fallen stars. The mirrored figure was gone. The lantern cat shook itself, fur sparkling with dust. The hush had lifted. Distant wind whistled through the colonnade. Seren felt lighter, as if a weight had rolled from her shoulders. She looked down at her hands. The mark of the crescent now encircled a new symbol, a small hourglass glowing gold. Acceptance. She knelt, touching one shard of mirror. Her reflection within it smiled back, warm and alive. The air smelled faintly of metal and rain, the scent of beginnings. "Thank you," she murmured to whatever lingered of the hall's guardian. "I'll keep moving." The shard pulsed once, then melted into light, joining the sky beyond. Seren gathered her cloak, shook the dust away, and turned toward the archway. The cat followed, its lantern burning steady again. Behind them, faint ticking resumed, not oppressive but peaceful, the heartbeat of hours finally allowed to flow. Outside, the path glowed faintly toward the horizon. The world around her seemed clearer, edges sharper, colors truer. She could almost taste dawn in the damp air. As she walked, she thought of the lesson the hall had given, that even the most comforting pause must end, or it ceases to comfort. Her life at the inn, her careful tending of others' sleep, had been a circle closed too tightly. Now the circle opened. The lantern cat darted ahead, chasing motes of light drifting from the hall. They looked like tiny sparks escaping a clockwork sun. "Go on then," Seren said softly. "We're not done yet." Far off, thunder rolled, not threatening, only calling. Somewhere beyond the hills, the moonfire clock answered with a single living tick. She smiled, still listening. The mist began to thin, revealing a valley of light waiting below, a place where memory and time would soon meet again. Seren tightened her cloak and followed the faint trail, heart steady in its rhythm, footsteps carrying the promise of movement into the waking world. Beyond the hall of silent hours, the path narrowed, curling downward into shadow. The stones beneath Seren's feet shimmered faintly, carrying threads of reflected light from the valley above. The lantern cat padded close beside her, its glow steady, warm, a small sun in the deepening dusk. They descended for a long while until the air cooled, and the sound of dripping water replaced the distant hum of clocks. The mist ahead thinned into a dark sheen, and there, stretching from wall to wall, stood a surface smooth as black glass. It rose high into the darkness, reflecting nothing but faint glimmers of her lantern and the pale curve of her face. "The mirror of Nevernight," she murmured. She did not know how she knew its name, only that it waited for her, patient and eternal. The cat's tail light dimmed. Even it seemed reluctant to draw too close. Seren stepped nearer. The air around the mirror felt thick, almost liquid, humming softly with unspent hours. She could sense time pressing against it from the other side, slow and heavy. When she lifted her hand, the surface rippled, not like water but like sleep disturbed by a dreamer's sigh. In that ripple she saw herself, not quite as she was, but as she might have been. Her reflection stood taller, ageless, serene. The eyes that looked back at her were calm, almost too calm, like the heart of a deep lake that nothing could disturb. The reflection smiled. "You've wandered far enough, haven't you?" Seren froze. The voice was her own, but softer, heavier with rest. The reflection stepped closer, the glass folding outward like a veil. "You could stay here," it whispered. "No more storms, no more searching. The moonfire can fade, the clocks can rest, and all will be quiet. Isn't that what you wanted all along?" Seren swallowed. "I wanted peace, not emptiness." The other smiled sadly. "There's no difference when you're tired enough." Her words landed gently, like snow. Seren felt the ache of truth beneath them. How many nights had she stood by the inn's fire, wishing only for stillness? How often had she mistaken that wish for contentment? She lowered her gaze. The reflection stepped through the mirror. Its presence rippled the air, but no sound followed. It reached out a hand, identical, graceful, cold. "Sleep," it said. "You have done enough." The lantern cat hissed softly, its tail flaring bright. The reflected light split in two, one gold, one silver. Seren looked up and saw that where her reflection touched her hand, the skin beneath began to pale, veins dimming. She jerked back. "No, I can't stop now." The reflection tilted its head. "You've already restored what matters. Wonder, movement, remembrance, kindness, acceptance. What else is there but rest? Hope," Seren whispered. "Dawn." For the first time, the reflection faltered. Its smile flickered like a candle in wind. "Hope," it repeated. "Hope is the cruelest motion. It keeps you walking when the road has no end." Seren stepped backward, but the mirror behind her pulsed, pulling at her shadow. She could feel it, the temptation to surrender, to sink into that endless, effortless stillness. Her eyelids grew heavy. The air smelled of her inn's hearth, warm bread, soft rain. Everything she had loved was here, perfectly preserved. "Stay," the reflection breathed. "Let the world sleep. Let it be gentle forever." The lantern cat leapt between them, its lantern blazing white. The flare cut through the dim like a bell's note through fog. Seren gasped and blinked, and for a heartbeat she saw not her reflection, but the faces of her guests, the fisherman, the merchant's wife, the wanderer with golden eyes, all frozen mid-laughter, mid-dream. If she stayed, they would stay too. Time would never harm them, but they would never wake. "No," she said, voice steady now. "Peace is not the end of motion. It's the pulse beneath it." She reached toward the cat's light. The glow spilled into her palm, flaring through the crescent mark and the hourglass etched there. The mirror trembled, the reflection's expression twisted, not angry, but mournful, as if grieving its own dissolution. "Then go," it whispered, "but know that you'll never find me again." Seren touched the surface of the mirror. It was cold, smooth, unyielding. "You're not meant to be found," she said softly. "You're meant to be remembered." The surface cracked. A sound like a sigh filled the chamber, vast and echoing. Lines of silver spread outward from her hand until the mirror shattered silently into 1,000 shards, each reflecting a different moment of dawn. Light poured through, soft and blue. The shards hung suspended for a moment, then rose like petals in the wind. They drifted upward until they vanished into the rock above, leaving only air and the faint echo of her own breath. The lantern cat brushed against her leg, purring low. Its light dimmed to a gentle gold once more. Seren exhaled, realizing she had been holding her breath since she entered. The air felt lighter now. The weight of eternal stillness had lifted. She looked down at her hand. The mark on her palm glowed with new warmth, the hourglass now circled by a thread of pale gold. Resolve. She knelt, touching the floor where the mirror had stood. Water pooled there now, shallow and clear. When she gazed into it, she saw not her reflection, but the sky beyond the cavern roof, streaked with light. Dawn was near. "Thank you," she whispered to the echo that had been her reflection. "Rest well, but not forever." She rose and turned toward the exit. The tunnel ahead glowed faintly, leading upward. As she walked, she heard a new sound, faint ticking, faster now, alive. The moonfire clock was stirring again, its pulse reaching through stone and storm alike. Seren smiled. "I'm coming," she murmured. The lantern cat bounded ahead, tail swinging like a pendulum, its light steady as sunrise. Together they climbed toward the thinning mist, toward air that smelled once more of rain and living things. Behind them, deep in the earth, the fragments of the mirror of Nevernight settled into stillness, but not silence. For in every piece, a fragment of her hope continued to shine, waiting for the next weary heart to remember how to move again. When Seren emerged from the cavern, the world had changed. Dawn stretched across the sky in fragile bands of pearl and rose. The rain had stopped, though the scent of it lingered in the moss, rich and metallic, like music tasted on the tongue. The hills of Avesmere rolled away beneath her, slick with dew that caught the light and scattered it in trembling shards. The lantern cat bounded ahead, tail high, its small flame bright enough to outshine the fading stars. Seren followed, her boots sinking softly into the damp grass. The air felt alive again, no longer heavy with the weight of sleep. Each breath filled her lungs with motion. Below her, mist pooled in the valleys like water seeking its level. Here and there she saw hints of movement, the flutter of wings, the tilt of flowers reopening after long stillness. The world was waking, hesitant but eager. She paused at the ridge and looked west. From this height she could see the faint glimmer of her inn far away, a single warm spark amid the grey. Even at that distance she could imagine the scent of the hearth, the feel of polished wood beneath her fingertips. The memory steadied her like a heartbeat. "I'm coming back," she whispered, "but not yet." A cool breeze rose, brushing the damp from her hair. It carried with it a whisper, half song, half sigh. "Keep walking." She smiled. The wind remembered her. At the path's base stood a stone archway she hadn't noticed before. It was simple, 2 pillars of river rock bound together with ivy, but across its lintel ran a faint inscription, "Only those who move become light." The cat slipped through first, its flame flickering higher. Seren hesitated only a moment, then stepped after it. The world on the other side felt thinner, more luminous, as though everything were drawn in ink made from morning. Trees shimmered with dew, each leaf trembling with its own reflection. She could hear the pulse of water somewhere ahead, rhythmic and deep. Following the sound, she came upon a lake encircled by reeds and low ferns. Its surface was still enough to mirror the sky, yet when the wind touched it, waves formed not outward but inward, curling toward the center, where a single light floated, a flame without source, hovering just above the water. Seren knelt at the shore. The light's color shifted between gold and blue, as if unsure which hue belonged to it. She knew without knowing that this was the heart flame of the world's courage, the reflection of every small act that had ever defied darkness. The lantern cat sat beside her, watching with calm eyes. In its glow, the ripples of the lake traced patterns across her skin. "I suppose it's waiting," Seren said softly, "for someone to believe in it." Her voice stirred the water. The floating flame drifted closer. For a moment she saw, within its shimmer, scenes not of legend but of ordinary bravery. A child sharing bread with a stranger, a gardener planting seeds after a flood, a traveler lighting one more lantern before sleep. Every act tiny, yet enough to keep the night from closing completely. Tears blurred her sight. "So that's what keeps the dawn coming," she whispered. "Not heroes, just people trying again." She reached forward, palm open. The flame touched her skin, and warmth poured through her veins. Gentle, steady, impossible to contain. It did not burn, it breathed. The mark on her hand flared gold, joining all the others until her entire palm glowed like a living lantern. The lake brightened in answer. Light spread outward from her touch, rippling across the water, through the reeds, up the trunks of trees, into the air itself. For one breathless moment, Evesmere shone, as if it were made of glass and heartbeat combined. The sound of ticking returned, swift, alive, joyous. Seren could almost see it now, threads of time weaving themselves back together across the horizon, each spark a stitch mending the fabric of the world. Then, just as softly, the glow subsided, settling into the ordinary brilliance of morning. The sky was clear. Clouds drifted in slow, lazy herds. The air smelled of rain, giving way to sunlight. Seren rose. The lantern cat circled her legs, purring like distant thunder. She scratched its ears. We did it, little light. We woke the world enough to remember its courage. The cat blinked, and for a heartbeat its eyes reflected twin suns. From somewhere behind her came a deep chime. 3 tones, measured and sure. The moonfire clock was ticking again. Its rhythm carried across valleys, through forest and storm, reminding everything that dawn still belonged to them. Seren turned toward the sound. The path home waited, bright and familiar. Yet she knew her journey was not quite done. The clock might live again, but time's wound had not yet closed. The endless night still lingered somewhere in the shadows, patient, waiting for the world to forget movement once more. She adjusted her cloak, letting it fall loosely over her shoulders. The gold in her hand faded to a calm pulse. "Then let's remind it," she said. She began the descent from the ridge. The cat trotted beside her, tail swaying like a pendulum in perfect rhythm. Every step they took left faint trails of light that lingered just long enough to mark their passing before fading into dew. As she walked, Seren felt no fear. What she carried was quiet defiance, the steady flame that neither argument nor sleep could smother. She thought of the clockmaker's words, "Time is not a chain, it is a song." So she hummed, a low tune, simple as breathing. The melody twined with the wind, caught by the leaves, repeated by the river far below. Birds joined her, tentative at first, then bold, until the whole valley seemed to sing. The sun climbed higher, shadows retreated. In their wake shimmered the faint outline of a figure. The endless night itself, watching, but smaller now, thinner, dissolving in the light it could not consume. Seren inclined her head toward it. "Rest if you must," she murmured, "but dawn will always wake you." The figure bowed and vanished into mist. By the time she reached the foot of the hill, the moonfire clock's rhythm was strong enough to feel beneath her feet, a pulse echoing through stone and soil. The inn waited beyond the last bend, its roof catching the sunlight like the promise of home fulfilled. Seren smiled, lifting her hand. The light within her palm answered the ticking, brightening once more. Not as a flare, but a steady glow, the flicker of defiance that would never fade. By the time Seren reached the low stone bridge that crossed the final stream, day had fully arrived. Mist rose from the water like breath, curling around her ankles in soft ribbons. Every droplet seemed touched by color, amber, pearl, faint rose, shifting with each heartbeat. The lantern cat padded beside her, tail swaying, its flame calm and bright. The air smelled of wet moss and bread somewhere baking, though no house stood nearby. Seren smiled. Perhaps the world itself was remembering what comfort tasted like. Across the bridge the path widened and joined the road to her inn. Along its edge the first travellers of morning were stirring from their long sleep. A peddler stretched beside his cart. 2 sisters shook the dew from their cloaks. A shepherd blinked at the light as if seeing colour for the first time. When their eyes found Seren, each paused and, without knowing why, smiled. They felt it, the slow thrum of life returning to motion. Seren inclined her head in greeting. "Good morning," she said, and the words carried more weight than she expected, as though the world itself needed to hear them spoken aloud. The peddler answered softly. "It is." His voice trembled with wonder. As she walked, she noticed small signs of awakening everywhere. Mill wheels turning, crows taking flight, frost melting into running water. Even the wind moved with new intention, threading through reeds and whispering across the moors like an old friend, learning laughter again. At the crossroads she paused. The route west led home to the Moonlight Inn. The path east curved toward the horizon where the moonfire clock rose faint and silver above the hills. Its chime reached her in slow, measured notes, living time stretching its limbs after sleep. Seren placed a hand over her heart. The marks of her journey, the crescent, the hourglass, the tiny star glowed faintly through her glove. "It's all connected," she murmured. "Every breath, every kindness." The lantern cat rubbed against her leg, eyes bright as twin coins. "Yes, you're right," she said. "Let's go see it." They turned east. The road climbed gently, lined with birch and holly. The air grew colder, but the light held warmth enough to keep the chill at bay. With each step, the chime of the clock grew clearer, no longer mournful but joyous, a melody shaped from every spark Seren had rekindled. When she reached the ridge, the moonfire clock stood before her in full, its tower carved from translucent stone that caught the sunlight and bent it into rainbows. The great wheel within turned once more, each rotation sending ripples of brilliance through the sky. Clouds drifted faster, rivers glittered, and far below, villages began to stir with morning song. Seren stopped at the base of the tower. The doors, once sealed by frost, now stood open, breathing faint light. She stepped inside. The interior glowed like the heart of a seashell, pale pinks and golds layered over ivory. Dozens of pendulums swayed in perfect rhythm, each bearing a drop of liquid light at its tip. The air hummed softly, neither music nor machinery, but something between. At the center of the chamber floated the clock's core, a sphere of moonlit flame, gentle yet immense. She could feel it listening. She approached slowly. "I've brought them back," she whispered. "Wonder, movement, remembrance, kindness, acceptance, resolve. They're awake again." The sphere pulsed, and the light within it changed, threads of color swirling outward like water catching sunlight. It answered not in words but in feeling, gratitude, peace, the sweetness of continuity. The lantern cat leapt onto the dais and sat, tail curling around its paws. Its flame joined the radiance, blending seamlessly until Seren could no longer tell where one light ended and the other began. The clock's voice came at last, soft as a bell struck from within her chest. "Keeper of hours, what will you do with the light you've gathered?" Seren thought for a moment. She remembered the faces of travelers sleeping by her hearth, the quiet gratitude of those who found rest for a single night before journeying on. "I'll share it," she said simply, "not as a flame to own, but as warmth to lend. I'll keep the doors open, and when the weary come, I'll remind them that dawn is a rhythm, not a promise broken." The sphere brightened, its glow expanding until it filled the room. Then the world will keep breathing. A single thread of light detached and drifted toward her. It settled in her open palm, cool and weightless, a seed of moonfire, small as a pearl. "Planted," the clock murmured, "where hearts gather. It will bloom each night you remember that motion and rest are one." Seren nodded, eyes stinging with quiet joy. She tucked the seed close to her heart. "I will." The pendulum slowed until they matched the rhythm of her pulse, then steadied there. A final chime resonated through the chamber, deep, resonant and kind. Outside, the sun broke fully through the clouds. Light cascaded down the tower's face, washing the hills in gold. In that radiance she saw time itself resume. Children laughing, traders opening shutters, birds lifting into the wind. The world's first full morning after the long night. The lantern cat stretched, yawned, and meowed softly, as if to say it's done. Seren smiled. For now. She stepped into the light. It wrapped around her like silk, neither hot nor blinding, and in its glow she felt the gentle thrum of every hour alive again. As she began the walk back toward her inn, the seed of moonfire pulsed faintly against her chest, echoing the rhythm of her steps. She understood, finally, that the gift was not the light itself, but the act of returning it, again and again, with every dawn that dared to rise. Behind her, the clock chimed once more, steady, infinite, the heartbeat of a world reborn. The road wound downward through folds of green and silver. Dew still clung to every blade of grass, but the chill had softened into the freshness that follows rain. Seren walked slowly, breathing in the scent of clean earth and blooming heather. Each exhale seemed to shimmer, as if the air itself joined in her relief. The lantern cat trotted ahead, its tail light reduced to a friendly ember, now that the sun carried its own warmth. Birds darted between trees, wings flashing copper in the growing light. Somewhere distant a bell rang, not the moonfire clock this time, but a village bell calling people to breakfast. The sound wove easily through the still new rhythm of the world. Seren paused atop a ridge to look back. The clock's tower gleamed like a shard of captured sky, steady against the horizon. "Keep ticking," she murmured, half prayer, half promise. As she descended, the path grew busier. Caravans creaked along the road, their wheels glittering with dew. A musician plucked a harp as he walked, testing strings that had long lain silent. Two children raced by with ribbons streaming behind them, laughing at the cat who pretended to give chase. Every smile she passed felt like a small echo of the light she carried. The seed of moonfire beneath her cloak pulsed gently, not demanding attention but affirming presence. It reminded her of a heartbeat heard through another's chest, the assurance of shared life. Midday found her at a crossroads shaded by willows. A tinker had set a kettle to boil beside the ditch. "Good day, mistress," he greeted, tipping his hat. "You've the look of someone who's been walking through weather and wonder both." Seren laughed softly. "Mostly wonder." He poured steaming water into a cup and handed it to her. "Then drink. The world brews better now." The tea smelled faintly of mint and rain. She sat on a flat stone, savoring the taste, simple, alive. "Do you feel it?" she asked. The man nodded. "Time's moving clean again. My clockwork birds started ticking just as dawn came." He winked. "Something stirred the gears of the world last night." Seren smiled, but said nothing. Some truths belong to silence, the living kind. When she rose to leave, he pressed a small brass gear into her palm. "For luck," he said, "or remembrance." She thanked him and continued west. The gear glinted once in sunlight, before she tucked it into her satchel, beside the cracked pocket watch she'd found days before. It felt right, pieces of time traveling together. As afternoon deepened, clouds gathered, not dark but pearlescent, veiling the sun in gentle shadow. Through them filtered beams of pale gold that slid across the fields like fingers of blessing. Every living thing seemed to pause when the light touched it. Trees tilting leaves upward, sheep lifting their heads, travelers falling quiet for a heartbeat. The world was learning to breathe with its own rhythm again. Seren walked within that rhythm. Each step kept time with a quiet music only she could hear, the harmony of her sparks. Wonder, movement, remembrance, kindness, acceptance, resolve, and now, renewal. They moved together like notes of one long song. Toward evening, she reached the hill of lanterns, where stone markers dotted the slope. In the long years of stillness, every lantern had gone dark. Now faint flames flickered inside, reignited by the same dawn she carried. Their glow spread warm across her path. The lantern cat leapt atop one stone, tail curling. Seren laughed. "Are you claiming it?" The cat blinked slowly, as if to say, "I simply reminded what light feels like." She knelt and lit the lantern nearest her with a touch of her glowing palm. The flame within flared bright, then steadied to a soft gold. "For travelers," she whispered, "so they never lose the way between dusk and morning." One by one, the other lanterns brightened in answer, their reflections dancing across her eyes. It looked as if the hill itself had caught fire. No blaze, only warmth. By the time she reached the foot of the slope, the first stars were beginning to appear. The road stretched ahead toward the small valley where the Moonlight Inn waited. She could see its chimney now, a faint thread of smoke curling lazily into the twilight. Home. But she didn't hurry. She let the evening settle around her, savoring the balance between journey and arrival. The scent of pine mixed with the sweetness of damp soil. Crickets began to tune their night song. The cat padded beside her, tail swinging in slow rhythm with her stride. She realized then that home was not an ending, but a continuation, the pause in a melody that would soon rise again. The road, the inn, the world, all parts of the same circle, turning, breathing, shining. As she approached the gate, a breeze stirred from the east, carrying the faint, even ticking of the distant clock. It mingled with the chirp of the first frogs and the clink of lanterns being lit along the inn's porch. Seren closed her eyes for one long breath. "Still moving," she whispered. The lantern cat purred. Its flame flared once, scattering motes of light that drifted upward and hung among the stars like tiny mirrors of the road she'd walked. The door of the inn creaked open, spilling warm lamplight across the path. The scent of tea and cinnamon reached her, and for a heartbeat she felt her mother's presence again. Soft laughter, steady hands. Time itself seemed to bow in welcome. Seren smiled, touched the seed of moonfire through her cloak, and stepped toward the glow. The world turned quietly behind her, whole and waking. Evening had fully settled when Seren crossed the small wooden bridge leading to her inn. The water beneath reflected the stars like coins tossed upon velvet. Fireflies drifted among the reeds, their rhythm gentle as breathing. The lantern cat bounded ahead, its tail flame dancing in welcome to the light beyond. The Moonlight Inn stood just as she remembered, roof glistening with rain, ivy glimmering along its eaves, windows glowing amber. Yet something in its air had changed. It no longer waited. It pulsed quietly, alive again, aware of her approach. When she pushed open the door, warmth met her like an embrace. The scent of cedar smoke and baking filled the room. The lanterns overhead burned steady gold, and from the great stone hearth came a low crackle. The heart of the inn, long dormant, awake once more. She paused on the threshold. The guests who had fallen into enchanted sleep now stirred, one by one. The fisherman rubbed his eyes and yawned. The merchant's wife lifted her cup and blinked as if she'd only blinked once. The old poet at the corner table whispered a word of thanks to no one in particular. Time had slipped gently back into their lives, carrying them forward without alarm. Seren stepped inside. The floor creaked beneath her boots, the same familiar song of old wood and care. The cat leapt onto the counter, tail high, and meowed in triumph. A chorus of delighted laughter followed. "There's our keeper," someone called. "We thought you'd only stepped out for firewood." Seren laughed softly, her voice trembling. "Perhaps I did." She set down her pack, unfastened her cloak, and let the last of the journey's mist fall away. The air around her shimmered faintly. The mark on her hand pulsed once and quieted, content. From her satchel she drew the seed of moonfire, still glowing faintly blue. She carried it to the hearth. The fire crackled in recognition. "Here," she whispered, kneeling. "You belong home." She placed the seed within the flames. At once the light deepened from gold to silver blue, a tranquil brilliance that bathed the entire room in calm. Shadows softened. The air thickened with peace. Every sound, the ticking of the wall clock, the hum of voices, the purr of the lantern cat, fell into harmony. The inn breathed. "Keeper," said the old poet, eyes glinting, "the fire's different tonight." Seren smiled. "It remembers." She moved among the tables, touching shoulders, pouring tea. Every gesture carried a glow that lingered a moment too long, like sunlight caught in glass. The guests spoke quietly, sharing small stories of waking, dreams half remembered of rivers, wind, and a woman walking through rain. When the last cup was poured, Seren leaned against the counter and let the sound wash over her. She felt no need to speak. The world was speaking for itself again, alive in every ordinary motion. The clockmaker's gift of rhythm pulsed faintly through the rafters. The tick of time was no longer a boundary, but a melody threading through every heart. After midnight, when laughter dwindled to murmurs, she stepped outside onto the porch. The rain had returned, not heavy but fine, a veil of silver threads drifting through the starlight. The lanterns swayed gently, their reflections rippling across puddles. The lantern cat curled at her feet, purring. Seren stroked its back. "We did it," she whispered. "The night will come again, but it will know how to end." The cat blinked slowly, tail flicking. Somewhere beyond the hills, a faint chime answered. The moonfire clock, marking the hour with contented ease. Every tick echoed through the landscape like the softest heartbeat. Seren looked toward the horizon where dawn would rise in a few hours. She could almost feel it waiting, alive, inevitable, gentle, the rhythm of the world restored. Inside, she banked the hearth fire until it glowed like a sleeping star. The guests dreamed natural dreams now, of journeys yet to come, of homecomings still ahead. She moved quietly between tables, adjusting blankets, setting out cups for morning tea. Each task carried its own piece, small rituals of belonging. At last she hung her cloak by the door and sat in the chair nearest the fire. The warmth seeped into her bones, easing the ache of distance. The cat jumped onto her lap, kneaded once, and settled. Seren closed her eyes. Her thoughts drifted like embers. The world outside turned, steady and serene. She knew the endless night still lingered beyond the edge of sight, as it always would, but it no longer frightened her. Light and darkness, rest and motion, they were partners in the same dance. She whispered a simple benediction into the quiet. May every traveler find their hearth, and every hour remember its light. The fire answered with a soft hiss, sparks rising like tiny constellations. Seren smiled. She could almost hear her mother's voice carried within the flames, humming an old tune the inn had always known. Time flowed onward, gentle and kind, and in that rhythm between one breath and the next, the keeper of the Moonlight Inn rested, not in stillness, but in perfect peace. The first breath of morning drifted through the half-open windows of the Moonlight Inn. It carried with it the smell of rain-soaked earth and the faint sweetness of newly baked bread. Seren stirred in her chair by the hearth. The lantern cat curled against her knees. The embers pulsed faintly, as if keeping time with her heartbeat. When she opened her eyes, the light that filled the room was soft and pale. It was not yet sunrise, but the quiet glow that comes just before the hour between worlds, when dreams linger and waking does not hurry. For a long moment she simply breathed. The sound of rain had faded to memory, leaving the hush of dripping eaves and ticking clocks. Every rhythm, drip, tick, breath, seemed to echo within her chest. It felt as though the world's motion and her own had braided together. The cat stirred, stretching with a chirrup of contentment. Its lantern tail flared gold. "Good morning," Seren murmured, stroking its back. "Or nearly." She rose and moved quietly through the room, opening shutters one by one. Outside, the landscape glowed silver blue. Mist hugged the valley. Beyond the river, fields glimmered with dew like scattered starlight. Every blade of grass bowed to the same invisible rhythm. The slow, patient breath of Eavesmere renewed. Seren rested her hand against the wooden frame of the window. The seed of moonfire at her chest pulsed faintly. She felt its warmth spread through her ribs, into her hands, into the wood beneath her fingers. A thought, not in words but in understanding, moved through her. The dawn is not a visitor, it is a motion that lives inside you. She smiled. For the first time, she did not feel the need to chase light or guard it. It moved through her naturally, as wind through leaves. Behind her, footsteps stirred. The first of her guests, the old poet, shuffled into the common room, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Keeper," he said softly, "I dreamed of the sea breathing again." Seren poured tea and handed him a cup. "Then you've heard the world's new rhythm," she replied. He sipped, eyes widening slightly. "Tastes brighter." They laughed quietly together, a sound small but sure. One by one, others joined them. The merchant's wife humming under her breath, the fisherman polishing his boots, the sisters whispering by the window. Life unfolded like petals opening, slow and content. Seren moved among them, tending to small things, adjusting a lamp wick, refilling cups, straightening a chair. Every motion felt meaningful, as though the simplest gestures wrote hymns of renewal. When breakfast was done, travelers began to prepare for their journeys. The poet packed his quills. The merchant's wife fastened her cloak. Each paused at the door to touch the new light that radiated from the hearth. None of them spoke of it, but all understood it. Warmth that carried courage into the road ahead. As the last guest stepped out, Seren followed onto the porch. The sun was rising now, slow, deliberate, pure gold edging through a veil of silver clouds. The beams touched her face, her hair, the railing beneath her hand. The moonfire clock's chime drifted faintly across the hills, clear and steady. Time lived again, not as a master but as a friend. The lantern cat leapt onto the railing, tail high. The sunlight caught its fur, turning it to liquid flame. It gazed toward the horizon, ears twitching. Seren followed its gaze and saw, for a heartbeat, a familiar shimmer in the distance, the faint shadow of the endless night retreating beyond the borders of dawn. "Good," she whispered. "Sleep now." The cat meowed softly, as though to say, "It will always return, but so will we." Seren nodded. "Then the dance continues." She stood there until the sun cleared the ridge. Its warmth spread through her body, and with it came a strange sensation, light moving outward from her instead of inward. It spilled gently into the air around her, invisible but tangible, mingling with birdsong and wind. The world absorbed her exhale, and for the first time she understood what it meant to belong completely. She was no longer keeper of time. She was part of it. Turning back inside, she found the inn brighter than it had ever been. Dust motes sparkled like tiny constellations. The fire in the hearth glowed steady blue at its core. Above it, the brass clock ticked in easy rhythm. On its glass face, a new inscription shimmered faintly. Words she hadn't carved. "Rest when you must, rise when you can. Both are motion." Seren touched the frame and smiled. The message might have come from the clockmaker, or the forest, or the wind itself, but she felt in her bones that it had also come from within her. She spent the day tending small things, hanging herbs to dry, airing quilts, mending the sign above the door where letters had faded. Each act felt like conversation with the world. When evening came, she lit the lamps one by one, their reflections trembling softly across the polished tables. Outside, the mist returned, silver under the growing moon. The lantern cat jumped onto the counter, tail swinging like a metronome. Seren smiled, still keeping time for me. It purred. When the first traveler of the new night arrived, a weary scholar carrying too many books, Seren welcomed him with a nod and a cup of tea. He blinked at the gentle blue flame in the hearth and murmured, "It's peaceful here." "Peace that breathes," she said. "Stay as long as you need." He smiled, settling near the fire, and the inn sighed in contentment around him. Later, as moonlight spilled across the floorboards, Seren stood by the window once more. The sky shimmered between silver and violet. Somewhere in the distance, the moonfire clock chimed the hour, low and kind. She closed her eyes. Inside her, dawn still moved, slow, eternal, bright. She knew it would never fade again. The world turned and she turned with it, quiet and whole. The next morning dawned clearer than any Seren could remember. No veil of rain, no grey edge of hesitation, just light, soft as milk pouring through the high windows of the Moonlight Inn. Dust motes drifted in that brightness like lazy stars, and somewhere outside a lark's song stitched one breath to the next. Seren woke not to the sound of ticking or thunder, but to the rhythm of her own pulse. The lantern cat slept at her feet, tail curled over its nose, lantern dimmed to a quiet ember. She stretched, every muscle humming with warmth. Her dreams had been simple, waves moving, bread rising, the laughter of strangers who no longer felt like strangers. When she opened the shutters, the valley shone. Eavesmere's fields rippled gold, the river uncoiling like silk. Mist clung to the lowlands, but it no longer felt heavy. It breathed beyond the hills. The faint outline of the moonfire clock gleamed silver in the light. Its chime reached her, a single clear note that lingered like gratitude. She smiled. "Good morning, old friend." The inn was already stirring. Guests moved quietly, their motions unhurried but purposeful. The poet sat by the window writing again. The merchant's wife hummed while folding her shawl. Each person carried a piece of the light they'd found here, small and steady. Seren felt it move through the room the way air moves through leaves, seen only in motion. She lit the kettle and set out cups. The fragrance of steeping tea joined the smell of bread baking in the oven. When she poured the first cup for herself, she noticed the reflection in the liquid, the hearth behind her, its flame burning both gold and blue, and within that flame a glimmer, the seed of moonfire still alive, still pulsing. It no longer needed tending. It had learned to tend itself. Seren carried her tea to the porch. The boards were cool under her bare feet, dew clinging to their edges. She sat on the top step, cupping the warm bowl in both hands. The sun crested the ridge then, rising clean and slow. Its light touched the inn, the fields, the distant river, and finally her face. She closed her eyes against it, not to hide but to feel. Inside her chest, the dawn answered. It moved as breath, as heartbeat, as steady awareness. You are within the turning. She thought of the long road behind her, the silence, the storms, the mirrors of stillness. All of it had been teaching her the same lesson in different tongues, that rest and motion were not opposites, but one continuous gesture. To stop fully was to become stone. To rush endlessly was to break apart. Between the two lived the rhythm that made everything possible. The door creaked. The poet stepped out, notebook in hand. "Keeper," he said, "does it ever tire you watching mornings begin again and again?" Seren shook her head. "They're never the same morning. Each one carries the echo of the last and the hope of the next. That's what keeps it gentle." He nodded, thoughtful, and returned inside. The lantern cat emerged soon after, stretching luxuriously before curling at her side. In the sunlight, Its fur looked almost transparent, as though woven from rays. Seren stroked it absently, smiling. Birds wheeled above the river, drawing loops in the air. For a heartbeat, the world fell into perfect alignment. Wind through grass, ripple on water, breath in her lungs, all moving at the same quiet tempo. She realized that the peace she felt was not the absence of motion, but its balance, the even turning of a wheel that no longer ground or spun wild. She finished her tea, savoring the faint taste of rain still lingering in the water. Then she rose and walked to the garden behind the inn. The soil was dark and soft. She knelt, pressed her palm to the earth, and felt it answer with warmth. A tiny sprout pushed up where her hand had rested, silver green, trembling. The first moonfire blossom. It opened as she watched, petals catching the light. The glow was faint but steady, a promise rather than a spectacle. "Welcome," she whispered. "You're home." She knew then that the light would spread slowly, not in flames but in seeds. One bloom here, one there, until the whole valley breathed its rhythm again. Not her doing, but her sharing. The rest of the day passed in gentle tasks. She repaired a shutter, stitched a tear in a curtain, fed the cat bits of fish from the pantry. Every motion was small, deliberate, part of the same hymn. Evening returned golden, then violet. Lanterns lit themselves as twilight deepened. Before bed, Seren stood once more at the door. The moon had risen, bright and calm. Its reflection rippled in the river, like a coin tossed into forever. She felt the pulse of the world answer, the moonfire clock ticking, hearts beating, wind turning, and she understood that this sound, this motion, would continue long after her own steps faded. She whispered a blessing into the quiet. "May all who wake remember, and all who rest find the courage to begin again." The lantern cat flicked its tail, the tiny flame painting her shadow on the door. Seren smiled and went inside. She banked the fire to a glow and climbed the stairs. As she lay down, the rhythm of the inn wrapped around her. The hum of rain gutters, the sigh of floorboards, the heartbeat of her own breath. Each sound folded into the next until there was no border between them. Her eyes closed. In sleep, she did not drift into silence. She moved through light. The dawn walked within her now, infinite and kind. The week passed, though Seren no longer counted days the way she once had. The Moonlight Inn existed in a rhythm beyond calendars. Mornings unfurling like pages, evenings closing softly, each different yet the same. The lantern cat ruled the windowsills, keeping gentle watch over every light. Travelers came and went, pilgrims, musicians, scholars, shepherds. Each left something small behind, a coin, a pressed flower, a scrap of melody. Seren collected none of it. The inn itself remembered for her. One afternoon, while sweeping the porch, she noticed something strange. The wind had begun to turn in circles over the path, not wild, but deliberate, forming a spiral of leaves and silver dust. She leaned on her broom, listening. A faint, familiar voice drifted through the air. "Keeper of the hearth. The wheel has turned." The old clockmaker's tone was unmistakable, steady, warm, and threaded with age. "Have I done it?" Seren asked softly. "Has time healed?" The wind hummed. "Healed, yes, but never finished. Each dawn is a key, each dusk a lock. You will walk both." From the swirling dust rose a small glimmer of metal, a key shaped like a sun crowned with a crescent moon. Seren caught it in her palm. Its surface was cool, but within it throbbed faint heat. The clockmaker's voice faded to a whisper. "When you hear the world pause again, turn the key, not to start the clock, but to listen to what stops it." The spiral of air broke apart and drifted away. Only the faint scent of oil and rain remained. Seren looked down at the key. Its light pulsed in time with her breath. She didn't fully understand, yet she knew the gift of renewal was not static. The world would slow again. Someday, it must, for rest and waking to remain in balance. Her task was to remember both. She hung the key beside the inn's door, where travelers could see it glimmering when they entered, a sign not of power, but of trust. That night, she sat by the hearth, long after the guests had gone to bed. The fire whispered softly, embers shifting like thoughts unspoken. She traced the marks on her palm, the crescent, the hourglass, the star. Together they formed a perfect circle. She understood then what the clockmaker meant. Not every ending demanded movement. Some endings existed simply to remind the world it could begin again. The lantern cat climbed onto the table and settled beside her teacup. Its purr vibrated through the wood, joining the ticking of the wall clock. Seren looked around the room, the walls glowing with amber light, the shadows deep and calm. The inn felt complete, and so did she. Yet the sense of completion did not close her. It opened her further, as if space had bloomed inside her chest. "I thought journeys ended," she murmured to the cat. "But maybe they only changed their shape." The cat blinked, tail flicking, and the clock on the mantel ticked once louder than usual, almost in agreement. When dawn came again, it brought a visitor. A young girl in a travel cloak approached the door, eyes wide with fatigue and wonder. She carried no pack, only a small broken hourglass wrapped in cloth. Seren opened the door before the girl could knock. "Come in, traveler. You look like you've been walking between seconds." The girl hesitated. "How did you know?" "I've been there myself," Seren said, smiling. "Come warm yourself." The girl stepped inside. Her eyes widened at the sight of the blue flame in the hearth. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It sounds like a heartbeat." "It is," Seren replied. She took the hourglass gently from the girl's hands and unwrapped it. The glass was cracked, the sand within frozen mid-fall. Seren touched it lightly, and with that single contact, the grains loosened and slipped downward in a steady stream. The girl gasped. "How did you—" "Time only needed a breath," Seren said, handing it back. "You brought it the rest of the way." The girl smiled, relief softening her shoulders. "Thank you." Seren poured her tea, the same blend of mint and rain. As they sat together by the fire, she felt the same warmth that had carried her through every trial. The understanding that her role was not to conquer darkness, but to greet it, to teach it how to end gracefully. Outside, wind touched the chimes by the porch. The sound was no longer solemn but playful, the laughter of air moving freely. The moonfire clock chimed in the distance, each note a quiet promise. When the girl had eaten and rested, she rose to leave. At the threshold she paused, gazing at the key hanging beside the door. "Is that yours?" she asked. "Ours," Seren said. "If the world ever forgets to turn again, use it. It will remind you how to listen." The girl nodded solemnly and stepped into the sunlight. For a moment, Seren watched her go, the road stretching ahead like a ribbon of living silver. Then she turned back inside. The inn's heartbeat welcomed her. She added a log to the fire and whispered to the cat. "The circle keeps turning." It purred, tail curling in a perfect spiral. Seren smiled. "Good. Let's keep it gentle." Outside, dawn leaned fully into day. The hills shimmered with heat, and the air carried the scent of things growing. The world moved, balanced and awake, and within it, the keeper of the Moonlight Inn rested, content, listening, and infinitely ready. Days folded gently into one another at the Moonlight Inn, seamless and bright. Morning mist gave way to golden air. Evening drifted down with soft rain, and each night the hearth sang low, a lullaby for whoever rested nearby. Seren moved through it all with easy grace. She no longer hurried to fill cups or chase away drafts. She worked in rhythm with the inn itself, as though both of them breathed the same long breath. The lantern cat followed her everywhere, tail swinging like a compass needle always pointing home. One afternoon she climbed the hill behind the inn, the one crowned with 3 old pines. From there she could see the valley spread like a sleeping creature, silver streams glinting, roofs shining faintly, the long line of the road curling west into haze. Beyond it lay Evesmere entire, forest, river, mountain, alive in a single shimmer of movement. She sat on a flat stone and listened. The wind carried the faint chime of the moonfire clock, slow and sure. Between those notes drifted the sounds of living things, a plough turning soil, a baker's laugh, the distant murmur of water. Time no longer felt like something she observed. It moved through her, as music moves through air. The cat leapt onto her lap. Its fur was warm with sunlight, its lantern extinguished for now. Seren stroked its back. "Do you ever wonder if we'll leave again?" she asked softly. The cat blinked, a slow golden flicker, and she almost heard the words behind its gaze. "Home is wherever the world remembers to breathe." She smiled. "Then we're never far from it." Below, travelers were beginning to gather along the road, a group of merchants setting up a new market, a pair of minstrels unpacking instruments. One lifted a hand toward her in greeting. Seren returned the wave, feeling a quiet affection bloom. The people of Evesmere no longer seemed like passers-by. They were all pieces of the same endless returning. As the afternoon light softened, she noticed how the shadow of the inn stretched far down the valley, mingling with the shadows of trees and fences until it became part of the landscape itself. It struck her that home did not end at her doorstep. It expanded outward with every kind gesture, every shared warmth, until even distant villages carried a little of its glow. The thought filled her with stillness, not the old stillness of pause, but the living kind, like a lake reflecting clouds without trapping them. She rose and walked back toward the inn. The breeze followed her, playing with the edges of her cloak. When she crossed the bridge, she noticed how the reflection of lantern light on the water moved in perfect circles. Even the ripples returned home. Inside, she lit the hearth anew. The blue-gold flame caught instantly, eager and calm. Shadows drifted up the walls, soft and kind. The clock above the mantel ticked with an easy patience, each second landing like a drop of rain into a full pond. Seren fetched her journal from the counter, a thin leather book she'd carried since before her journey began. Many of its pages were blank. She sat by the fire and began to write. Home is not the end of the path. It is the part of the path that remembers. She paused, listening to the pen scratch, and smiled. Outside, rain began again. Light, rhythmic, familiar, she added. When the road grows quiet, listen. The heart of the world ticks still, and we are all its keepers. The lantern cat curled beside her chair, purring in agreement. She rested her hand on its back, feeling the vibration travel through wood and into her bones. The inn felt alive around her, beams creaking, tea cooling, wind sighing at the shutters. After a while she set down the pen and simply watched the fire. It burned without consuming, its core still carrying the faint shimmer of moonfire. Within it she saw small images, memories not of grand deeds but of quiet acts. A traveler sharing bread, the clockmaker polishing gears, a child holding a lantern against the rain, every spark a heartbeat of the same rhythm. "Thank you," she whispered to the flames, "for teaching me to listen." The hearth crackled in reply, one spark leaping outward to settle harmlessly on the stone. It winked once, like a nod. Outside, the rain eased. Through the open window she saw the moon rising round, calm, and bright enough to draw a silver path across the wet grass. It pointed toward the horizon where night and dawn met in seamless exchange. The world did not sleep, it breathed. Seren leaned back, eyelids heavy but mind at peace. The inn would hold until morning, as it always did. She thought of the key hanging by the door, gleaming softly in the lamplight, and of the circle etched upon her palm. The two shapes were the same, key and circle, opening and returning. Every motion led home. Every home opened into motion. The lantern cat raised its head briefly, watching her with slow blinking eyes. She smiled. "Yes," she whispered. "We'll keep walking, even when we stay." The cat purred again and lowered its head. The clock ticked on. Outside, the moon's reflection stretched farther than sight, reaching through the valley, across rivers, through forests, a single unbroken thread of light stitching the world together. And in the heart of that thread sat a small inn glowing like a promise, tended by one who had learned that time's truest shape was a circle made of kindness. By the time spring reached the valley, the Moonlight Inn had become a kind of melody the world could hum. Travelers who had never heard of it swore they followed a tune through the fog, a rhythm of rain on wood, the scent of tea and ash, a warmth behind the ribs that felt like memory. Inside, Seren tended the hearth as she always did. The lantern cat dozed on the counter, lantern dim but alive. Above the mantel, the brass clock ticked, its pendulum shining like a sliver of dawn. Every tick was a note, every breath between a rest. When strangers crossed the threshold, they paused, hearing it, the quiet music that wasn't music at all, but the simple alignment of heartbeat, flame, and falling rain. The inn's door always opened in time with the world's inhale. Seren greeted them with her same soft smile. "Welcome," she said. "You've arrived between 1 hour and the next. Sit, and let the road forget you a while." They would sit. She would pour tea, light another lantern, listen as they spoke of far fields or uncounted miles. Some stayed an hour, some a night, some only long enough to breathe, and everyone left lighter, carrying an echo they could not name. When the house emptied, Seren would stand at the doorway, letting the night wind cool the embers on her cheeks. She no longer wondered where the endless night slept. She could feel it resting just beyond the tree line, quiet, patient, balanced. It had learned, as she had, that darkness was not an ending, but a needed pause in the song. Sometimes she would hum under her breath. The notes rose and fell in a pattern older than words. Step, rest, return, light, breathe, begin. The lantern cat's tail would sway to the rhythm, striking small sparks in the air. Those sparks never burned. They drifted outward, invisible beyond the porch, landing wherever someone needed courage to start again. On the first morning of the new moon, a soft mist rolled down from the hills. It shimmered faintly, silver threaded with blue, the color of moonfire. Seren stepped outside, barefoot in dew, and felt the world singing through her soles. The chime of the distant clock joined in, each tone spreading through the valley until it met the beating of her own heart. For a moment, there was no separation between them. Clock, cat, keeper, guest, night, dawn. Only motion and rest, endlessly exchanging places. The melody was whole. Seren whispered into that unity. "Keep turning." The mist answered with a breath of wind carrying the smell of bread, cedar, and rain. The inn glowed a little brighter. Later she wrote a single line on a scrap of parchment and pinned it by the door, for any traveler to read. "Home is the light you carry into tomorrow." By dusk, the parchment was gone, carried away by a traveler or perhaps by the breeze. It did not matter. The words had already joined the world's current. Inside, the hearth whispered, the cat purred, the kettle sighed. Seren sat by the fire and closed her eyes. The warmth folded around her like a song finishing its final refrain. Never loud, never ending, always circling back to the start. The moonfire clock chimed once across the valley, and every lantern in Evesmere flickered in reply. The echo reached the inn's rafters, then the stars themselves, until even the silence shone. And in that shining quiet, the keeper smiled, not because her work was done, but because the music of living would go on without her hand, carried by every heart that had ever rested in her light. Night settles over Evesmere like silk. The air is cool and faintly sweet with blooming heather and rain just past. Inside the Moonlight Inn, every lamp has been turned low until only the hearth remains, its blue-gold core breathing in and out like a sleeping heart. Seren moves quietly through the room. She gathers the last cups, smooths a quilt, lifts the latch of a window so the scent of wet earth can drift through. Each small motion feels like part of a larger rhythm, the same rhythm that carries rivers toward the sea and brings travelers home without them knowing why. The lantern cat curls in its usual place beside the fire. Its tail flame burns as soft as a sigh. When she kneels to stroke its fur, warmth climbs into her fingertips, up her arm, until her pulse and the cat's are one sound. Even the ticking of the clock seems to slow, aligning itself with that shared breath. She sits for a while, eyes half closed. The flame's light wavers across the beams, painting the ceiling in pale arcs of silver. Each flicker becomes a memory, the valley waking in mist, the mirror breaking, the first seed of moonfire blooming. They pass through her, not as images but as sensations. Warmth on skin, rain on lips, laughter folded inside wind. Outside, the world has gone utterly still, but not empty. It listens. Seren rises and opens the front door. Cool air brushes her face, smelling of water and cedar. Beyond the bridge, the road lies silver under moonlight, stretching toward the horizon where dawn will one day return. She lifts her hand, palm glowing faintly with the circle and star that have never faded. Rest now, she whispers to the inn, to the world, to herself. The light knows the way back. The breeze answers, soft as a heartbeat. Lanterns along the porch flicker once, then steady. Somewhere far away, the moonfire clock chimes a single low note that lingers in the valley until it becomes indistinguishable from the hush of the river. Seren closes the door. She banks the fire until only its core remains, a quiet pearl of flame. The shadows gather close, not in darkness, but in comfort. Her chair creaks as she sits, and the lantern cat climbs into her lap, a small purring weight of peace. The inn breathes with her, timbers expanding, floorboards sighing. The smell of rain and smoke folds into the steady rhythm of sleep. Her thoughts drift outward like embers carried by wind. They become petals, lanterns, stars. They settle on distant roads where travelers dream, on rivers that remember moonlight, on hearts that have forgotten how to rest. Each one carries a trace of warmth, a whisper of motion, a promise. You are part of the turning. Outside, the horizon pales, not sunrise, not yet, just the breath before it. That breath deepens, slows. The heartbeat of the world and the heartbeat of the inn fall into perfect time, and in that harmony, the keeper of the Moonlight Inn smiles once more, her eyes closing as the last light folds inward. The night hums. The flame dreams. The world keeps turning.